Alright, we're live. We are
Hey,
live. I'm a
we out
little off
here.
center, but that's okay.
It's fine. We're live. That's all that matters.
I'll move in more towards the center. Perfect. Alright, we're live, we're live.
Fuck
We'll
yeah.
wait to get people in chat first before we do anything.
Okay. I just sent out the ping in Discord. We should have people soon.
Mm-hmm.
What's your drink of choice tonight?
It's on camera, Molson Canadian.
Alright, Rockshore cider.
Pretty good cider.
Sorry?
Pretty good cider. Better than Bunnings.
It is.
IMO. Oh. Hey.
Hold up 1 second. Hold on, I just need to get the YouTube view right so I can see chat.
Alright, yeah. No worries.
Alright, there you go. Hey, I can't think of your username. Welcome.
Welcome to the stream.
Fuck yeah. We out here. Okay, so alright, I have my setup ready.
Just
Oh,
as
no, it
always, let us know if the audio's fine, if the video's fine, if everything's fine.
Yeah, please do.
That's okay, Monkey. We'll have a great one.
That's all good, monkey. Messages are even coming in late for me as well. That's whatever.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. We don't need to be super fast on him.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Now, this is exciting. I can't wait to show off the records.
Yeah. There's a lot.
Yeah, I was just saying to Nostalgia before stream, I have 80 records in my collection right now.
And I have 83, so pretty much even in terms of amount of records, so
More or less, yeah.
yeah, it won't be one of us showcasing records for like 80% of the podcast and the other just showing off a few. Make us caught up throughout the years. I remember I was going ham on records like up until like the first year of college when I met you, and since then I slowed down a little. You've had time to catch up.
Meanwhile, all the grant money was going towards all this shit.
Yeah.
I actually have one on the way, and it's arriving in March, even though I ordered it like early January.
There's one that I ordered last month that's gonna arrive in September because it's a pre-order.
What was it actually?
God, the album title's in Japanese, so I need to. I believe it's
right.
like to Dawn of a New Day by. Make sure. Birth of a New Day. All right, yeah, Birth of a New Day by 2814. Just one of my favorite vaporwave / ambient / dream punk records.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm excited for that one. I ordered it a while ago.
Nice. The one I ordered is Inlet by Hum. It was this is their most recent album. It only came out like 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. It's basically like I'm sure you already know what it is, but it's like just kind of like shoegazy post-hardcore alternative metal in a way, kind of somewhat like Deftones, except like I think Deftones are actually originally inspired by Hum when they were making their music, so that's a dub.
Oh.
Plus, I actually really like that album. I re-listened to it recently. I think it's still really good.
Yeah, the one I bought sent me back quite a lot. The most
Same
expensive.
here. Mine sent me back by like nearly 40 quid, including shipping.
Mine was like, including shipping, 70, I think.
Oh God, Jesus Christ!
It's probably going to be the cream of the crop of my collection though for a while. It's
probably.
I think it's like a limited pressing, purple vinyl. I don't know if it's the first pressing, maybe not, but it's definitely not a record that will get pressed often.
Where'd you buy it from?
Their Bandcamp. It might still be available if anyone's interested.
I'll need to hear it first. That's usually my thing. I rarely get records that I hear for the first time. The only time I've ever done that was like with London Calling by The Clash. That was it, really.
Mm. Yeah, same. I do like getting my favorites on vinyl, but sometimes it's exciting just making a risky purchase, so to say.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun to do.
Like, there are some records here that I...
Actually, no, there was another one. I did it with Vespertine as well.
I definitely got some after one hearing. A lot of them are, I guess, new ones. We'll get to them, but there are records, mostly like new records that just come out that I hear and I'm like, holy fuck, and I see that it's on vinyl and I pick it up.
Of course, it's the impulse.
Then there are like one or two records in my collection that I bought without ever hearing.
I should actually do that more. It actually sounds fun to do that.
It's fun.
Just hearing records for the first time on vinyl.
It hasn't failed me, but I can imagine getting a record based off the cover or something and then bringing it home and spinning it and being like, holy fuck, I've just wasted 20 quid. That was awful. But thankfully it hasn't happened to me.
I imagine if it actually did happen, though. That would just be the funniest shit imaginable. I bought this record because I was very excited for it. I never heard it, but, it's just so shit. It's so bad. I wish I could return it. I wish I could return it.
Like, because I buy a lot of my records online. There's no real record shops in my vicinity. Back when I lived near Dundalk, I always had one close by. So yeah, I don't really buy like secondhand records much anymore, and therefore it is more expensive buying a brand new record. So if I lived near a shop that sold like secondhand records for like relatively cheap, I'd probably be doing it a lot more often. But because like plus shipping a lot of the time, if I'm ordering from outside of Ireland or outside of Europe at least, yes, I'm a little more careful with the records I buy. But there's some wild ones here.
Yeah, I get the impulse buys. I think the only time I actually ever did the impulse buy like properly after hearing a record was probably just Cavalcade, but I knew I was gonna love that anyway.
Yeah, it's safe.
Didn't really matter to me anyway, but it's whatever. I try to be careful with what I'm buying, but I don't know, maybe I'll probably have enough money by Saturday to get some stuff like during the week or something. Maybe. I'll probably end up going to Golden Disc before the week is over. That's like the nearest place to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably won't be updating my collection for a little bit. When I bought that record for that much money, I was kind of like, all right, I'll take 2 or 3 months off for after that. Let it mellow down. Plus, I'm saving up. I just bought a new webcam, so my video footage will be better, both here and on my stream on Twitch. I'm saving up for an Elgato. So
I actually might get a webcam soon enough.
What's your budget?
I think my grant money's coming, so right now I'd say I'm about €330. I think.
Right, I bought.
But I'm not going to splash out like hundreds on the camera. Like
I spent 60 on one that was on sale, like 50% off on Amazon. A Logitech one. That's solid. I can link you it. I don't know if the sales are not still on. You can look into it yourself.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't even know if I actually have the money like now, because I have to actually go to an ATM or something just to double check, because I won't buy shit unless I'm actually 100% sure.
Are you with AIB or Bank of Ireland or Ulster Bank?
Bank of Ireland. I know. I tried the online banking shit. It wasn't working for
me.
Me.
Yeah. My girlfriend says the Bank of Ireland one is a little trickier. Yeah, she's nodding at me.
It's fucking wank. It's so bad.
Oh, it's
like
so
the app
easy
is
with
so
AIB.
hard to navigate, and it looks like it was made in like 2009. Like, man.
What do you have coming? Can't think of the username.
Ooh.
Enlighten
us. Let us know.
Also, I think we can probably. I'll link you that webcam, but also.
All right.
I think just any webcam that can record HD would be fine for now.
We're not doing much. I mean, that's all I'm looking for at the moment.
Yeah, you could probably spend a lot less than I did then.
Like, I'm probably going to show my face in more videos and streams, obviously, as well. So,
Yeah.
I'm comfortable doing it now on the channel, obviously, but we'll see.
Mm. I don't. Yeah, I don't even think about it anymore. It was a big deal at first, but.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
When you hear something awful, I got a bunch of cuts at work yesterday. I got a fucking paper cut under my nail.
Oh,
worst.
No.
It's bad, man.
Fuck, dude. No.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
That actually sounds awful. Fuck me.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten anything that bad recently. Like, closest thing to that was just, like, cutting my neck while I was shaving, I guess, but that was it.
I have a bunch of little cuts all over, and I went to sanitize my hands at work yesterday, and I was out of it for a minute. I had to just take a moment to meditate, get back into Zen mode.
Holland Again by Animal Collective. Which one is that, actually? Is that an EP or a live album or something? Because I don't think I've heard that one.
Yeah,
I heard the name, but I don't think I've listened to it.
I'll move my mic back a little, and I think we can get started.
Okay, sure.
Right, the way we're gonna do this, we have a lot of records. We're gonna do it in alphabetical order. I got both of our record lists, put them together, alphabetical order, so it won't just be back and forth me and Mick. It might be a little all over the place. But that way we can, if we're on a certain artist's discography where Mick has some records, I have some records, we'll stick to that artist. Keep on track, you know.
Yeah. Amazing Blizzard, welcome to the stream.
Yeah,
hoping my copy of By the Time I Get to Phoenix arrives in March. Good cop. I would actually get By the Time I Get to Phoenix. I haven't listened to it in a hot minute though.
Oh, that sounds
it's
cool.
The live album. It's the live album they put out after Dance Manatee. Okay. It's like their whacked out hippie soundscape phase. I'll have to listen to it.
Yeah, it sounds good though.
I actually need to re-listen to Animal Collective's discography in general. I think
particularly Dance Manatee, to be honest. I'm really itching to listen to that again.
Honestly, like, I re-listened to some tracks from Dance Manatee, and I remember, like, this isn't as bad as I remember it being.
Yeah, and we didn't really go hard on it in our Animal Collective Worst to Best. Like,
honestly,
we definitely made fun of it a little and poked fun at it, but I think we both admitted it wasn't the worst thing we've ever heard. Far from it.
Yeah. Honestly, I remember disliking it, but going back to it isn't as bad as I remember it being, actually.
I might give it another shot, yeah.
I'm definitely going to give it another shot. I'm going to give Animal Collective's discography another shot in general. Like, I listened to the new album, I fucking loved it, so I'm like, you know what, a re-dive wouldn't go amiss.
I'm still figuring out the new album myself. I've only listened to it twice, and I'm still kind of like, whoa. I don't know how I feel yet.
Alright. Well, yeah, I was like that on my first listen, but on second listen, it clicked hard. And it's actually one of my favorites of the year. Just got beaten out by Big Thief today, actually.
Big Thief. Oh, so you listened to it finally?
Yeah, I listened to it yesterday.
Amazing, isn't it?
I listened to it again this morning. I thought it was really great. It was great.
It's amazing.
It doesn't even feel like it's an hour 20 minutes.
Simulation Swarm, It's Swarm, right?
Yeah.
That's the best song of the year so far, in my opinion.
Mine is Spot Infinity, actually.
Alright.
Yo, Sapphire,
welcome to the stream.
Alright, enough about this shit. Let's get this show on the road.
Alright, I'll start. We have a list, so we're going to do it in alphabetical order.
You're going to follow the list?
Yeah. The first album I have here is probably, I don't want to say controversial, but one that there's some divisive opinions on. I personally am a fan of this record, and that is Notes on a Conditional Form by the 1975. It's an underrated album in my opinion. I think, sure, it is a little bloated, but I still think it's a good record. But this fucking, I had to buy this. The moment I saw that, I saw the actual, because this is a picture disc. I'll get to that in a sec. I'll open it up. The moment I saw the art on the picture disc, I was like, holy fuck, how do I get my hands on that? And then I realized that it was a pre-order exclusive. And this was the day the morning the album, well, it was about midnight, or the time the album was released. So I was no longer able to pre-order it in Europe. So I ordered it in from the US, where I was still just about able to pre-order it. It came like 3 weeks later, just to get my hands on the picture disc, which I'll showcase now. It is easily the coolest looking record that I have. It's like a choppy montage kind of collage of just like the sides of apartment blocks and just like urban urban buildings. It just looks so good. The downside is, of course, that there's no album art on this one. It's just it's literally just a cardboard brown colored but what's inside matters. So yeah, that's the first record.
I've seen that a few times on sale, actually, when I was around at Golden Discs, at a few places, actually, in Golden Discs.
Yeah, I don't know how widely available it is now. They might have been a pre-order exclusive at first, maybe not anymore, but I had to get my hands on it. I got my hands on it.
I do remember seeing it, though. That particular copy that you have, actually, I do remember seeing it, but obviously I'm not crazy about notes in the conditional form.
It has some slow moments, but I mean the highlights for me are just fantastic. So overall, I think it's a very good album.
The only one I remember was the one. Shit, what was it? I think it was Guys. That was the one track that I thought was very hot. Yeah. That was my favorite track off it. It's the only one I really returned to from notes of the conditional form. But it's whatever. You know, obviously the divide was meant to happen.
Okay, the next one is from a local artist, a local Irish artist, and his anchor. Everybody's Welcome. I don't know if it's his sophomore debut album. It's a really fun, just pop punk, Midwest emo vibes records. It's good old fashioned Midwest emo fun. It's on teal vinyl. I won't open up every record. Everyone knows what teal looks like. Everyone knows what a record looks like. It's on teal vinyl.
Everybody's seen Weezer's Teal album.
Yeah. So yeah, cool thing about this record, local artist. I ordered it off his Bandcamp. It came with like it's somewhere in my cabinet a note thanking me for picking up the record. So that was really nice. Shout out to Marty. Next, fucking classic, absolute fucking classic.
I'm so desperate to get it, dude. Holy shit! I've tried everywhere to find a decently priced copy of it, but man,
I got this for 20.
Really?
I remember. Yeah.
Everywhere I've looked, I've been trying to get it. It's been at like in the 30, 40, 50 range. Like,
I got it in
mad.
Spin Dizzy Records in Dublin. I mean, it's a fucking classic. What else needs to be said? Best IDM album of all time, in my opinion. Best Aphex Twin album. Sounds like a fucking treat on vinyl. And next up, we have a record that both me and Mick have. So, pull it out.
Yeah.
Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, Moanin'. I've been talking long enough. You can go ahead, Mick.
Yeah, so Moanin'.
Weezer's Steel album is like a CPU 55.
What?
Chat.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, so Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers, my opinion, one of the greatest jazz records ever made. Art Blakey generally is just a fucking amazing jazz drummer. That some of I'm trying to think. The Drum Thunder Suite is like a prime example of it because holy shit, that suite is fucking incredible. It's probably one of the best like jazz suites ever made, and there's just so much really cool shit on here. So much talent on display here. It's easily one of the most just what's the word to describe it? Just one of the most enjoyable and one of the most just. I guess it's whatever. I lost track of it anyway. But yeah, it's just a standard black vinyl. I haven't spun it in a while, but it's still a really great record. It's obviously, like I said, it's easily one of the greatest jazz records ever made, in my opinion. You have any more to add?
My third favorite album of the 1950s, probably a top 5 probably. jazz record of all time for me. I'll just say top 10 to be safe. Moaning is one of the best jazz tracks of all time. The opening track, probably the catchiest jazz song as well. It's just got such a smooth and fun groove to it. Musicianship is incredible. Art Blakey's an incredible drummer, an incredible band leader, and just I always think about if I could have like a build just like the ideal perfect jazz like quintet or quintet, and who I'd have on the respective instruments and drums. I mean, I love Max Roach, but for me, Art Blakey I think would be a shoo-in. Max Roach, sorry, shout outs.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'll move on to what I have next if you're done talking.
Wait,
you're next. Sorry, I'm reading it wrong.
I have a lot of records in the A's and B's that Mick doesn't have, so that's why I'm talking a lot right now. Another classic that does it really need an introduction? The Beach Boys' Pet Sounds completely changed their sound up to be something far greater than their first albums could have ever hinted towards. Got this from my girlfriend for Christmas. Was it Christmas or my birthday? That they're close together, so it's confusing. It's an absolute treat. Probably the only reason that they still get compared to the Beatles, the quality of this record. Yeah, Max Roach. He's got a very, very unique style, especially. But I think as a whole, I think Art Blakey's a more complete drummer.
Yeah, I agree.
And sticking with the Beatles, the Beatles, the Beatles. We actually have the English Beatles with another album that needs no introduction, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. This album's probably still my favourite Beatles album, although Abbey Road is not far off. And it's just growing on me over time, so we'll see about that. It's incredible. It really ushered in a new wave of just experimentation in rock, I think. Obviously, the Beatles are just absolute pioneers. And yeah, this is a defining moment in their career. I will say a cool thing about this record is the weird chopped up or like reversed, I don't even know what's going on, audio at the end of A Day in a Life that plays on loop in the inner grooves of the album, so that when you leave it on after it like finishes, it just keeps playing on repeat endlessly, which is fun. Also, this is the 50th. Actually, this is probably currently the most expensive record in my collection. It cost me €50, about $58, because this is the 50th anniversary edition. So it has all the outtakes and everything on a second disc. So yeah, it's a fun one to listen to the back end, seeing some of the most iconic songs in history just kind of a little bit different. Mick, your turn next.
Okay, keeping with the theme of the Beatles, I'm going to show off the only Beatles album that I own, and that's the White Album. And I know you're not too fond of the White Album.
Hold it up a little higher so you can actually see the only thing that's on the cover. Oh, it's not. Oh, it doesn't have.
It is.
Yeah, it's like hard to see.
Here. It's very hard to see because of the light, but it's whatever. Here, I'll just take it out. Yeah. I know you're not too fond of the White Album, but I love it. That's
not a fair thing to say. I really like the album.
I mean, fair enough. But obviously,
it's not my favorite Beatles album, but it's still a fantastic album.
Yeah. This pressing, it actually has only 2 discs, I think. Surprisingly, it comes with like a poster and a little like booklet of stuff that has
cool.
Just pictures and all that, just like the boys being boys and the Beatles being the Beatles. It's a large album. Obviously, there's so much on it. I think it has. Honestly, this has some of my favorite Beatles songs on it. So much amazing shit on here, like "Back in the USSR," "Obla Di Obla Da." "Blackbird" obviously is one of them. "Helter Skelter" is a big one. And what's it called? There's definitely another one. "While My Guitar Gently Weeps," like easily the best George Harrison Beatles song. That one is fucking brilliant. And yeah, generally speaking, it's just a really fun record to put on. I know Wild Honey Pie is probably the worst song like on here, obviously. It's probably the worst Beatles song in my opinion, but you know, it's whatever. And yeah, it's the White Album. I love this record. I think it's really great. This did set me back. I got it for Christmas, but I don't know. I think I've seen prices, but it might be the most expensive record that I own in my collection.
I think it might be, yeah.
Yeah, it probably is. But yeah, White Album. I think it's a slapper. And yeah, you want to move on?
Yeah. We're moving on to Björk, with an album that I feel is just one of the most underrated albums fucking ever made. I mean, obviously people like this album, but I stand by the fact that this is Björk's second best album. It is fucking so good, so groovy, so infectious. Songwriting so memorable. Her performances are incredible, full of just such wild raw energy. Obviously it wasn't as out there and experimental as some of her later albums, but God, is it just fun, and is it just everything on here is just performed with such passion and intensity. And yeah, I love her debut. Keeping on the topic of Björk, we have one of my probably the first 10 albums I've ever got, and it's my favorite Björk album, Post. Again, it kind of dips its toes into that more experimental style that we'd see on Homogenic and Vespertine, but still I feel like it's kind of like an upgraded version of what we get on the debut. It's not quite as experimental, it's not quite as out there, but God, does it just have some of the best Björk tracks. The first side A is just like Army of Me, Hyper Ballad, The Modern Things, It's So So Quiet, Enjoy, You've Been Flirting Again, Holy Fuck, banger after banger. A perfect 10 in my opinion, one of my favorite pop albums of all time. Next up.
Alright, keeping with the theme of Björk, I have my favorite Björk album, Vespertine.
Respectable.
Yeah. The swan design on the back is so cool as well. Just generally, Vespertine is one of the most beautiful albums I ever heard. It shits a 10 out of 10 through and through. I mean, Björk has so many amazing albums anyway, but this one just stands out to me as her best. I love the instrumentation. I love how kind of odd and breezy it is. The vocals are incredible. I love how kind of organic yet like cold and electronic it feels. It's so cool. I love it to bits. And yeah, it's a fantastic record all in all. Has 2 discs in it, and as a whole, I need to get more Björk records. I need to get Post. I definitely need to get Homogenic as well.
Yeah, but, yeah, I need to get Homogenic. I need to get Vespertine.
I'll get Debut as well. Why not? And Volmakura. And yeah, as a whole, not much else to say there. I think it's a great pressing. It sounds great. My favorite Björk album. And I'll just read some chat. Yeah, I can't
catch up and chat a little.
I can't think of a username. Cash out on it when you have the chance. It's worth it. Trust. We have a 4LP deluxe copy for 50. Honestly, with all the outtakes, 50. It's not too bad.
Yeah, $50. Yeah. That's about 45 euros.
Maybe.
I mean, yeah, that seems fair.
We answered the Random Sapphires question already. Yeah. Wild Honey Pie is best Beatle, you're bad. Well, guess what? My cock bigger yours. Alright, we're gonna move on now. Okay, well, we both have this one, so I'll introduce it. So, yeah, we have For the First Time by Black Country New Road. I have the inverted version.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I have the inverted discs, and
I have the non-inverted, so it looks cool on the cameras.
You got a lyrics book with yours, did you? Because
yes,
got one with mine.
I did.
The lyric book is inverted as well.
Oh, mine isn't. I don't believe. I can't remember.
Yeah, and
yeah, mine's not inverted. Yeah.
And mine has the white disc. It's so cool. It looks so nice. Holy shit! It's such a good pressing. I still need to re-listen to Ants from Up There very soon, but I still love the shit out of For the First Time. I think it's a fucking incredible album. One of the best albums of 2020. Mm-hmm. And there's just so many fucking fantastic tracks on here. Like obviously, well, like the whole track list is flames, but some of my favorites are obviously like Athens, France, Track X, and Opus. They're easily like some of my favorites there. Hey K-Man, welcome to the stream. How's it going?
How's it going? Welcome. I still don't get BCNR's hype surrounding the albums. I mean, what can I say? Yeah,
you're a loss.
Yeah.
No. Honestly, no. It's fine. It's understandable. I get it.
Yeah, the reason I didn't get the white vinyl inverted version is because I actually fucking love the album cover, even though it's a fucking stock image. So I wanted to see the actual cover better. And yeah, I mean, I even at this point, I still think that I prefer For the First Time over Ants From Up There. I'm gonna have to re-listen to their sophomore a few more times, and it's obviously got some incredible material, but Sunglasses is still my favorite Black Country New Road song, tied with Opus. Those two are just peak. But you know, I'll give Ants From Up. This album had a year to grow on me. Ants has only had under a month, so we'll give it time.
Please, Keegan, please listen to BCNR.
Oh my
please,
god, do. Yeah, do, for sure.
Sunglasses single is probably the best thing I've ever heard, though.
Yeah.
The songs they released here. Actually, honestly, I prefer the album version, to be honest. That's probably a hot take, but at this point, I don't care.
I don't know. I think they're on par. I think that the single version by itself is incredible. It's a 10 out of 10. I understand the changes and why they were made and why it was re-recorded for the album, and I do think overall it does suit the atmosphere of the album a little better in my opinion. But the single definitely has more of an edge, and just the performance from Isaac is just so, like, it's like crushingly just dark and just intense. So there's a lot to love about the single. Next up, Mick, is another album that both of us have.
Yeah, both of us have Schlagenheim, Black Midi's debut album. And yeah, this is the one that obviously got me into the band. I mean, I gave it a 10 for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
And it's not my favorite Black Midi album. I'll talk about Cavalcade next, but this album is just fucking incredible. It's so just like deranged and meticulous, but also just so like it's just so calculated and just so precise. I love it. It's like there's so many like songs it's so raw as well, but like in comparison with Cavalcade, it's so raw. Like there's so much like incredibly raw shit on here. The production's great, and it sounds fantastic on vinyl. But to be fair, seldom that I play the physical, because I think my parents would probably be very fucking weirded out by it, honestly. But still, there's so many great tracks on here. Speedway, Near Detroit, Michigan, Western, BM. That I still remember the first time I saw that performance on
Mercury.
From the Mercury
Dude,
Awards.
the balls on them to play Boom 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 on the fucking Mercury show. They could have played like Speedway, Something Safe, I don't know. They went for their most fucking out there track. The balls on them.
I fucking love Black Midi so much. Shouts out to Black Midi.
So yeah, also have it on vinyl. It is my favorite Black Midi album still to this day. It's a 10. I think you should definitely give it a try. It's a lot more... It's hard to fucking put this in any kind of genre category. Not as much so as Cavalcade, but I feel like this one is a lot more grounded in just noise rock and post-punk than Cavalcade. Cavalcade is one of those albums that just ignores genres entirely. But it's very raw. It definitely sounds like, I want to say, a degressed version of Cavalcade. It sounds like a more raw, grounded, and just raw is the word I'm looking for, version of Black Midi. And still, to me, I think it's lightning in a bottle. Even though I do love Cavalcade, I just think just the energy of these tracks and just how stripped down the music on here is a lot more stripped down, but it, I think, allows their instrumental talents to shine a little bit more, and that's just blows me away.
Played Liturgy in front of my mom. Went about as you would expect. Oh, fuck's sake. That's based, though. Not gonna lie, that's based. Okay. Alright, next up, I have another Black Midi album. Cavalcade. My absolute favorite Black Midi album. Holy shit, this album is fucking mental. Like Meow said, Schlagenheim. I suppose you can't really fit that like into a genre category, if we're being honest here, because like It's more grounded in noise rock, if anything. But Cavalcade is just straight up like art rock, progressive rock, avant prog, fucking jazz rock. There's just so much that goes into it, and I love this thing to bits. I think it's a perfect album. I fucking absolutely love the compositions on here. I absolutely love the sheer chaos and meticulousness that this album has. And there's just some of my favorite Black Midi songs on here, like John L., Marlene Dietrich. Slow, Ascending Forth as well, a fantastic closer. The pressing that I have, it's your standard black pressing, and the way that like the album folds is actually pretty cool. Like it, instead of folding sideways, it kind of like folds upward, like kind of like that. And there's like some cool like art in the back that has all the lyrics and shit on it. It's you probably won't be able to see it, but it's massive. It's cool. And actually, another thing that I have to show off is this beauty right here.
Oh,
it's one of the cover. It's one of the flexi disc covers that you get.
Doesn't everyone get like a random one?
Yeah, I got them doing the cover of Taylor Swift's Love Story. That's the one I got. I really wanted to get the one that had the cover of 21st Century Schizoid Man, but I won't complain because this cover is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's Cameron on vocals instead of Jordy. Imagine what Jordy would sound like.
Oh, that would have been so fucking...
It's so funny. I love these guys so much, but this was class. It came like a few days after the after I actually got Cavalcade, but I was so confused as to why I got it.
Oh, like, yeah! Didn't you text me?
Yeah, I texted a bunch of people, actually. I texted a bunch of people, actually. I posted it in, like, the Snare Discord. I'm like, help me, I don't know what they sent me.
Yeah, so, like, I had heard about the them doing covers and just sending them out. You didn't, so you were very confused. So, that was fun.
Cavalcade, nah. 10.
I mean, I agree with
8.5.
What's in parentheses. 8.5 to me, it's like an 8.7 or 8.
I can't even agree. I think it's better than Schlagenheim.
Fair enough. I can see why you're not alone there.
Covercade, woo! Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next one. Ooh, this one is pretty interesting. I have Hidden History of the Human Race from Blood Incantation. Ooh, look at that dope smoking alien. Ooh, it's so good. And I got this straight from Blood Incantation's Bandcamp. There's so much like cool art and shit in there. There's this like weird landscape stuff. It's really sick. It came with
Can I see the inner art?
Oh, the inner sleeve again?
Yeah.
Hold up. Can you see it?
Oh fuck, that's sick.
Yeah, it's so cool. So cool. Direct from their Bandcamp. It only sent me back by €30 actually, including shipping. So that was a fucking dub on my end. It comes with I think it comes with. Hold up now. Comes with a custom. What are they called again? Fucking sleeves and the discs. Oh, look at that! Like kind of a marbly green. It's so sick. So cool. There's so much There's like a little like book that has like a load of hieroglyphics in it as well. Something to do with the band lore, I guess. I'm not too sure. But it has a lot of cool shit in there. Has a poster as well. If I had a frame, I would actually put it up my wall because it looks so fucking sick. But if you don't know already, Hidden History of Human Race is actually it's a progressive tech death album from American band. I think they're American. Oh fuck, they might be American.
I think so. Yeah.
But whatever. Yeah, but it's a fucking sick ass album. It's probably one of the best like death metal or prog metal albums in like recent memory. And you should all definitely give it a listen if you're into that kind of shit because it slaps. And it sounds fucking amazing on record as well. It's class. So, yeah, that's about it for me on Blood Incantation. Do you want to move on?
Yep, I've got the second IDM classic of this video. Boards on Canada, Music as the Right to Children. My favorite Boards of Canada album. One of my favorite electronic albums of all time. It's just amazing. It's so unsettling, like the cover. One of my favorite covers of all time, but I don't really have it on display often because it gives me the heebie-jeebies. But I think it's a good representation of the music. Very like almost uncanny valley, like so many aspects of just like these warm, nostalgic, just soundscapes that just bring back happy memories, but like with a overarching like theme of just like confusion, like uncertainty. It's just unsettling. Everything about this cover and this album is fantastic. Was one of the first electronic albums I got on vinyl. Maybe the first. But yeah, absolute banger. Banger!
Yeah, banger. It's been a while since I listened to it, actually. I need to re-listen to it again. It's such a good album.
What have you listened to? I can't think of a username. From Boards of Canada.
I need to listen to more Boards Canada as well. I only heard of Music Has the Right to Children, but...
Their EPs are not to be missed as well. Their EPs are fantastic. So is Geogadi. This and the Campfire Head Phase. Alright, Campfire Head Phase is solid. Definitely listen to their EPs. I mean, you get bite-sized chunks of just amazing material. And Geogadi is also a fantastic album.
Okay, you done?
Yeah.
Alright, next up, Highway 61 Revisited from Bob Dylan. It's my favorite Bob Dylan album. It's in my opinion, one of the best like folk rock records ever made. There's some of my favorite Bob Dylan tracks are on here, like A Rolling Stone, Tombstone Blues, Ballad of a Thin Man, which is probably my favorite Bob Dylan song. Queen Jane, approximately. There's so much good shit here. Desolation Row as well. I mean, Bob Dylan. I mean, what can I say about Bob Dylan that hasn't really been said already? Probably one of the greatest singer-songwriters ever. Easily one of the best of his time. I love his voice. It's so unique. I know, like, shit ton of people hate his voice, but I don't care. His voice is fantastic. It's very unique, and with age, it's definitely affected Dylan. Let's just say that. But in his prime, he sounded fantastic, and the production on this is sick as well. There's so much good, fantastic tunes on here, and yeah, that's Bob Dylan, Highway 61.
My personal second favorite Bob Dylan album.
Fuck yeah. I know you love, what's it? Fucking... Shits.
Friendship Test right here.
I know it's one of the pure folk ones. I'm just trying to remember the name of it. It's the one that has, Wow, I'm really a false Dylan fan here. I'm doing him dirty. Fucking hell.
What's the cover? What's on the cover?
Dylan with his wife, I believe.
Yeah, girlfriend. It's the Freewheeling Bob Dylan.
Freewheeling Bob Dylan, yeah.
Fucking an album that I've been just. I need on vinyl. I need it.
I'd get it too. I'd also get Blonde on Blonde.
All right, next up, boom, another electronic album, another classic. Burial Untrue. Just peak future garage. Peak dubstep. Just incredible album, incredibly atmospheric, and I think that the kind of the raw sound of it on vinyl really adds to the music, adds to kind of the warm kind of. My girlfriend's nodding away. She fucking loves this album as well. The warm atmosphere of the album, and yeah, it's. I can't remember where I got it or when I got it. It just can't. I can't remember where I got it. I think I got it in a record shop somewhere, which is a lot of my albums are ones I bought online. So yeah, a great one. I definitely recommend if you're a fan of electronic music, and if you. Oh, Bon Aqua, feel free to listen to it whenever you want. Thanks for stopping by.
The VOD will be going up soon, so yeah, definitely rewatch. Thanks for stopping by anyway.
Good night.
Good night.
Next up.
Just gotta say first, I fucking love Untrue. I need it on vinyl badly.
Oh, it's good. It's fucking good.
Where's the original Highway 61? Don't know. Find out yourself.
Next up is a record from my favorite band. My favorite album of the 2010s. Boom. Twin Fantasy. Face to Face, the 2018 version.
Will Tostito.
Yeah, obviously, I don't think it needs any introduction in the online music communities. It's an incredible album. I fucking love Will Toledo. I love Carsey Headrest. I love the original. This one takes the songs to just heights that just weren't possible with the recording equipment of his original album, and just really highlights just how incredible the songs are, composition wise and just emotion wise, and it's able to just bring forward emotions and just ideas that the original just wasn't really able to. I still love the original, but this one's just it makes it perfect. There's some history to this album as well. I got it at a Car Seat Headrest show. I went to see them in May of 2018, and I got this after the show. Yeah, and went home with it that night and slept with it for a week. I love this album.
Oh, that's wholesome.
Yeah. So also love the album art. One of my favorite album covers of all time. Definitely.
I need Twin Fantasy. I need it badly.
Okay, now from one Car Seat Headrest record to another. From one the Car Seat Headrest record that everyone loves to one that's a little more divisive. Making a door that's open. I think this record is fantastic. I think it's a brilliant record. I think Hollywood is an okay track, and I don't really get I get the hate, but I don't really see it that way. It's just got so many incredible songs on here. Life Worth Missing is amazing. Martin's amazing. There Must Be More Than Blood is amazing. Can't Cool Me Down's amazing. Weightlifter's amazing. It really, I think, successfully kind of was a successful deviation from their sound, and it helped spice things up a little in their discography. One thing I will say is the vinyl version is a little different to the version that is on streaming, and unfortunately, in my opinion, it's a little worse. My favorite song off this album is Deadline's Hostiles, which unfortunately isn't on vinyl, and the track order isn't on the vinyl version, and the track order is a little different, but it's on fucking bright pink. Oh, it doesn't even look that bright on camera, maybe because of the sleeve, but it's on very, very bright pink, almost hot pink vinyl. And the album art, I think, is underrated. I really like the aesthetic of this project, and yeah, the cover's great, and yeah, I love this album.
There, I still really didn't care for Mad Low.
Yeah, I know.
Right. Okay, and hold up. You're going to see Car Seat Headrest. That's not lucky.
Yeah, enjoy that show. They are fantastic live.
This just reminds me, I have a bootleg compilation of tracks spanning from 3 to Madlow. Okay. Alright, moving on. I'm going to show off. Alright, next up I'm going to move on to London Calling by The Clash. One of the most iconic punk rock records ever made. It's and it's more than just a punk rock record. It's basically a culmination of like so much sounds into the punk style. Like there's lots of pop rock. There's lots of there's even some ska on here at points. It's a really fun album. It's a long enough album, but it's so fun. There's so many great tracks on here. I think that the Clash generally are just we're very fucking good on this. I think there's some fantastic tracks on here. Very catchy tunes. I think. Hold on. I don't think. No. The actual final track is on here, but it's not show listed on the track list. Like Train in Vain is still on here, but so many fantastic tracks on here. London Calling, incredible. Spanish Bombs is amazing. The Guns of Brixton is fantastic. Revolution Rock is really great too. There's so much great stuff on here. It's very politically charged, as punk rock should be, and well, as it normally would be, should I say. And there's 2 discs, nothing special about them, but you know, as a whole, London Calling, it's a classic. What more can I say? It's a class album.
One that I need on vinyl.
Yeah, get it, man, get it.
Next up we have an album that I don't think enough people have heard. My favorite album of the 1950s. My second favorite jazz album of all time. Clifford Brown and Max Roach. Self-titled. This is from 1954. So, the mid to early 50s. It's just one of the most well performed and just instrumentally impressive albums I've ever heard, not even in terms of jazz. Clifford Brown is just, his trumpet just sounds so fucking good. I think he's up there with the trumpet greats of Dizzy Gillespie and Miles Davis, even though his life was cut short, unfortunately. Max Roach, again, one of the best drummers of all time, has a very unique style of drumming, even within the jazz sphere. This album overall is one of the best drum albums I've ever heard. Max just does things that I just never thought were possible at times. It's an absolute amazing album. If you're a fan of jazz, really, I'm begging you to check this out, because it's just not a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people obviously in the jazz spheres have heard this project, but it hasn't really had the all-around success that an album like Moaning or Kind of Blue or Bitches Brew has had. But really, it's incredible, and I'm begging you, if you're listening and you have any interest in jazz, please check this out. Clifford Brown and Max Roach, self-titled. It's fucking amazing.
Okay, don't threaten me. No, I actually need to listen to that badly. I actually need to. Thanks for stopping by, Keegan. It was really fun.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck with the video.
Listen to this after stream. Always looking for some jazz recs. I will always look for some jazz recs as well. There's some really great stuff.
Please, I'm begging. I need people to listen to this.
Okay, next up, deviating from jazz. Let's get into some experimental here. Let's get some clipping in here. Visions of Bodies Being Burned. It was my favorite album of 2020, and this album is fucking incredible in my opinion. It was actually released on Sub Pop as well, as a Sub Pop label as well.
Cool.
And this pressing, I actually got a specific pressing for it. It was available on the Record Hub the day it came out, and it's the same. It's the pressing's like the same color as the teeth on the cover. It's
that's a unique one.
It's a very fucking unique way to put it. And also, it's labeled... some of these are labeled like side E, F, G, and H, because obviously this is a sequel to... Shit, what was it? There Existed an Addiction to Blood, which is another fantastic clipping album that I need to get. And also, there's like these weird pictures that you can get on the insides where it has like... There's like basically polygraph photos with like fucking... tracklist stuff on it. There's some grim stuff in here as well. There's I think there's one of a murder scene and shit like that. It's weird. I won't show it on stream obviously, but it's a unique way to market your record, I guess. But yeah, Visions of Bodies Being Burned, fantastic album. It's my favorite clipping album, and yeah, it's sick. May, welcome in. Thank you for
welcome.
By.
And also, you're one of the lucky few who have heard the project in question. It is indeed a banger. Next up, we have another classic alert. Fuck Two Twins, Heaven or Las Vegas. Fucking one of the best just dream pop ethereal wave albums. AOTY, an absolute fucking classic from start to finish. It just sounds so good on vinyl. It really just emphasizes just how good the production on this project is. Obviously, it's got some of the best tracks in the dream pop ethereal wave genres. Heaven or Las Vegas, such a good fucking song. Cherry Colored Funk, this thing's a classic. I can go on and on and on, but I'm sure a lot of people have heard the project. So
I have not.
What? You have to. You have to.
Yeah, it's one of the classics that is on my list. I need to listen to it. It's on my 80s list, and it's actually... I need to catch up on the classics list. Remember the one you made for me years ago? I'm going to keep going with that. I'm in the 80s right now, so I will get to that soon.
Mine is like a fucking mega enhanced version of yours with like 4,000 albums. So I'm only on 1962. But,
bruh. Maybe
up,
when I'm finished that one that I have, I'll definitely like get into that. Do all the bigger ones.
Next up, we have what I'm thinking right now, and this is maybe one of 2 compilation albums that I have bought actually for myself. I have other ones, but a lot of those were bought as gifts, which obviously it's a safe bet when you're buying someone a gift and you don't know anything about music. You're like, oh, they like this band. The greatest hits album. It's the Cranberries, Dreams, the collection. This was like €12 on the Record Hub. I fucking love the Cranberries. One of the best Irish bands of all time. And the stuff that they were doing in the early to mid 90s was just incredible. Linger, such a fantastic song. Obviously, Zombie, it's one of the most iconic songs of all time at this point. Dreams is probably in my top 10 songs of all time. So, I mean, I really want to have one of their first two albums on vinyl, the studio albums. But, I mean, it was so cheap, and it's a collection of their best songs that, yeah, it was definitely worth getting. Rest in peace, Dolores.
Rest in peace, Dolores O'Riordan.
Which actually, Twins lyrics be like a question mark. That is a fun thing about the album, is that I believe it doesn't have any official lyrics. I may be wrong. I don't know.
Really?
Oh my god. I don't know if it actually does have lyrics, but they were never like. I believe that she's just making up the lyrics as she's going. They don't mean anything, but the fact that it's covered in such a haze of production, you can just kind of interpret it your own way, and I think that's just such a unique thing. I feel like a lot of artists could also do that. Could you get the Jameson, the whiskey? Thank you.
You're breaking out the Jameson. Wow.
I asked my girlfriend for a glass of Coke, and she went all fancy on me.
Right, so actually, just back to what you were saying about the Cranberries. I actually listened to No Need to Argue the other day when I was coming home from a Munster match, and that
were you in Limerick?
Good. Yeah.
When did you feel inspired?
The Jameson. I think during halftime I was just going up to get a slice of pizza and chips just to get something to eat, and I think Zombie came on during the thing, and I was like, you know what, I love Zombie. I actually have never listened to a Cranberries album, so might as well get to that. And I did on the way home, and I thought it was really good. There's so many great tracks. I need to hear the debut.
The debut is a little better in my opinion.
Just from like that album alone, like Dolores O'Riordan is one of the best voices of any singer ever. She was a
fucking incredible.
Yeah, she was a fucking talent and a half, and Jesus Christ, so sad that she's gone. Rest in peace, Dolores O'Riordan.
Thank you. Yeah, rest in peace. I'm next on the list again.
Yeah, you are. You're on.
With another classic. Classic alert. Classic alert. The Cure.
Oh my god.
Disintegration. Again, it sounds. It's hard to talk about these albums and say anything new or unique, but my god, this is just the perfect post-punk album. It just adds so much in terms of production, instrumentation, and it's one of those albums that just, with its production, with its compositions, with its instrumentation, just makes you absolutely fucking ascend. This was a gift, again, from my girlfriend. Incredible album.
Hard agree, that album's a 10. I fucking love Disintegration. I need it on vinyl so bad. Need to listen to more Cure albums as well. They're fucking incredible.
Mm-hmm. Take a drink and move on. Yep.
You have another one.
We're moving into a band duo, which we both have an album from, but this is one that only I have. Daft Punk, Homework, their debut. Just so fucking good. Just raw French house, raw acid house. Fucking raw French. It's a fantastic album. I feel like it's on par with Discovery almost. So many tracks on this are just classics. I mean, Defunk, Around the World, Revolution 909, even some of the deep cuts like Alive. Alive is probably the best track on this album. One of top 5 Daft Punk song for me. Rock and Roll, High Fidelity. It's just through and through, this album is incredible. It really put Daft Punk on the map, and yeah, you can definitely see why. Fantastic project. One of the first albums I've ever gotten as well. Maybe my first 10 albums. Next
Let's
is
move
one.
on to the next Daft Punk album that we both have. Discovery, which is my favorite Daft Punk album, and
Yeah, same.
what more needs to be said about Discovery that hasn't been said already? This album is just peak French house. It's consistently amazing. I finally had the courage to bump it up to a 10, and just generally, there's just so many amazing tracks in here that are so nostalgic. Has so many great dance pop aesthetics to it. So many amazing tracks in here. One More Time is played at every single fucking birthday party imaginable. Digital Love is incredible. Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger is incredible. Love Night Vision. Love Veritas Quo. Love Voyager. Honestly, and this track has grown on me a lot. Face to Face is probably my favorite track on the album. Actually, I love that song. That sample of ELO is so good. It's so slick, and yeah, just in general, nothing like crazy about my copy or anything. It's just the standard one.
Yeah, same.
The inside sleeve has like the two boys on it. It's class.
The boys.
And the boys from Daft Punk. It's so sad that they're gone. Like they're not making music anymore. It's so sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, Homework is great as well. But Discovery's where it's at in my opinion.
Yep. You said everything I could possibly say. It looks like we have almost the same chair. Next is Boom, Dan Deacon's Mystic Familiar. I got this after hearing the album for the first time in 2020, falling in love with it, and just really wanting to experience the just dense and just winding soundscapes on vinyl. And it sounds really good on vinyl. It also is printed on. Based off the cover, you may probably be able to guess. Like a silver vinyl. It looks fucking chic. Fucking mad. So yeah, it's... I don't often get albums that, you said you hear for the first time, just released, and you buy them. A lot of the records I do buy on vinyl are ones that I've had a lot of time to sit with and just love a lot. But this one was a pretty safe purchase. And yeah, great album.
Yeah, I still need to get that. I've been meaning to get it for fucking years, but I've never gotten around to doing it. It's such a good album. I go back to it every once in a while. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Alright, let's move on. Next up, ooh. And I'm the only one here who owns 2 records from this individual. Mr. Danny Brown. First one, Atrocity Exhibition. I know there's versions of this album that have like the weird text that's around the album, like on the plastic sleeve or whatever, but the one I have is just like the plain like cardboard copy. It's such a fucking fantastic album. It's easily one of my favorite albums of all time. It's one of the most, like, wow, how can I even describe it? It's one of the most insane, just twisted, just straight up fucking disturbing, or just straight up weird albums ever made. The production on it is just on a whole other level. There's some really sick art that comes with it. I believe some of these were for the singles of the album.
Oh, limited. Yeah, I've never seen the sleeve art.
Yeah, some of the sleeve art was for yeah, I think some of the sleeve art was for some of the singles. I think for Really Dough and Pneumonia, especially. But this album is it's just so fun in a way as well for some of the more infectious tracks. Obviously, there's some fantastic stuff on here. Rolling Stone is incredible. Really Dough is incredible. Ain't It Funny is fucking bonkers.
Yeah.
Pneumonia is probably my favorite track in the album. It's probably one of my favorite Danny Brown songs, if not my favorite. From what's it called, Dance in the Water is incredible. When It Rained, just every single track on this album is just insane. It's incredible to me. I think that this solidified Danny Brown as one of the best rappers of all time, in my opinion. And just generally speaking, like Danny's incredible. I love Danny. And we got more.
That's what I agree. I need that one.
And next up, you know what I'm saying? This one. This is actually an impulse buy because I heard You Know What I'm Saying at the time, and I absolutely loved it. I still do to this day. I still think it's one of Danny's best albums. It comes with that little like thing that you could put on the side or whatever, the little plastic thing. You could just kind of roll it up and stuff. I always keep it on though. I always want to keep it
Yeah.
on. I love the cover. It's so trippy. I love the colors as well. It came with it actually came with a few things. It came with inverted Danny Brown, of course. It has nice. It has a palette full of stickers as well. I've never fucking used them. I probably don't think I ever will, but I'm always gonna keep them as long as I have this album. So there's that. The pressing I have is just standard black, but you know some of my favorite Danny Brown songs are also on this record. Hold on, let me just put the shit back in before I say. Yeah, the stickers are really sick though. I love the one that just says
Yeah.
"bruh." I love the one that says "bruh." Okay, so yeah, there's some really sick shit on here. I love theme song. I love Dirty Laundry. Three Tears Run the Jewels is fucking underrated as shit. Savage Nomad is incredible. The Shine is fantastic as well. Best Life, oof, that is a banger and a half. And Combat is really cool as well. Actually, Q-Tip is on that track. Hold on.
Oh yeah, great.
I just dropped the sleeve yoke. So yeah. So you know what I'm saying. I still think it's fucking fantastic. And yeah, well, let's move on.
Right. Next up, we have
People do underrate. Tell me what I don't know.
yeah.
Exactly.
That track is fantastic. Wait, listen.
Yeah.
Have you heard of a little artist by the name of David Bowie? A little known underground artist. Has a few songs that kind of almost broke into the mainstream, but relatively unknown. But no, it's David Bowie. I'm actually surprised you don't have this one on record on vinyl.
Yeah, I'm surprised I don't have it either. I do. We'll get to the ones I do have in a bit.
Yeah, this album is just it's one of those. It's in like the upper echelon of like albums that are both adored by music fans and just like general audiences. Like so many incredible tracks. Up until recently, I didn't have any David Bowie projects on vinyl. This is another gift from my girlfriend. I don't know if it was Christmas or my birthday. They're so close together that it's they're less than a month apart. But yeah, it's a great album. I love how at the back it says "to be played at maximum volume." But yeah, it's great. It's not my favorite David Bowie album. That one goes to Hunky Dory, but it's second. I think a respectable second.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, Q-Tip did produce most out. I think he co-produced it, if I remember correctly. And I know JPEG Mafia has production credit on it. So, I know he produced Three Tears. That's all I know. Alright, moving on to the ones that I have. I have two David Bowie records. First one I'm going to showcase is Station to Station. And this one is where he dabbles into some of his kind of art rock and somewhat soul-tinged sound. And this album is fantastic. It's very much like this... It's... You know, everyone knows about the conditions that this album was made in, what state Bowie was in when he made it, and it has a character, the Thin White Duke, portrayed in the lyrics, and it's actually such a fantastic album. It's amazing how the state that he was in at this time, and he still made a record that's this fucking incredible. There's so much to love on here. I love Station to Station, love Golden Years. Wild as the Wind is fantastic. Stay as well. There's only 6 tracks in here, but they're all fantastic. I think it's one of my favorite Bowie records. There's a lot to love here. Production's fantastic. Generally, it's also somewhat of a transitional moment for Bowie, I would say. I'm pretty sure this came out before like the trilogy of albums he came out with Eno, but this was great. This one is fantastic.
Yeah, amazing album.
Yeah, moving on to the next Bowie album that I own. It's my second favorite Bowie album. Heroes. And this track is this album is the second album he did in the Berlin trilogy. R.I.P. David Bowie, yes. This one, the song Heroes alone is one of, if not my favorite song of all time. I think it is one of the best songs ever made. It's incredible.
The best
the
David
ambient
Bowie
side,
song, in my opinion, for sure.
Yeah, agree.
Top 10 maybe for me all time, yeah.
On the second side, obviously there's the ambient side, and I know a lot of people write off the ambient side of this one and prefer like the ones on low, but honestly, I prefer the ambient side on this one a little bit more. I think V2 Schneider is great.
Ace.
I love Moss Garden, love New Cologne, so good. There's some that just this album. The first side is really fun as well. Just got some great tracks on it. A lot of great stuff to behold. Production's fantastic. Robert Fripp from King Crimson even does some guitar work on this album, which is a big bonus. I know Fripp and Eno did a lot of stuff together, which I need to listen to. And yeah, just in general, this is a fantastic album. I need to get more Bowie on vinyl. And yeah. I want to move along to...
What's the next? A Pizza's Brief. Got this from my girlfriend's aunt for Christmas. It is a Bowie compilation album with some of his greatest hits throughout the year. With a discography as big as his, it is a nice compilation album to have. You kind of get a lot of the classics on one record, whereas usually that wouldn't be really possible. You get the order's a little weird. It's definitely not chronological. It opens up with Let's Dance, but then it finishes with Lazarus. But yeah, it's a great album to have, like a compilation of one of the greatest artists of all time, greatest hits. Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, next up. I'm next.
It's a funny one.
Next. Ohms by Deftones.
I got the order wrong. I thought this was something else. There's nothing funny about this.
No. This one's good. This one's good. So yeah, the most recent Deftones album. Deftones are probably one of my favorite alternative metal bands, and in general, I need to get more Deftones records. I really want Around the Fur and Koi no Yokan and fucking White Pony. There's so many of them that I want, but this one I think is great. There's so many. I think there's some great Deftones tracks on here. Genesis, The Spell of Mathematics. Ohms is the title track is great as well. Ceremony's cool. It's generally, I love the cover as well. I think it's one of the most unique covers I've seen in a while. It's probably one of the most unique covers of an album that I own, and it's one of my favorites, I would say as well. But this one's sick. I think it's cool, and I think a cool detail is that you can actually like buy one of the dots on this album and own it. Yeah. So in general, yeah, I love Deftones. I think Ohms is great, and yeah, that's it for that's the only Deftones album that I have. Okay, next one. Ooh, yes. This is one of the earliest vinyls that I ever got, and in fact, we are seeing this artist in May. Denzel Curry, Taboo. The three-parted album, which the concept, bit ill-conceived, but honestly, couldn't care less. I fucking love Taboo. It's
it's
an album that yeah, do you not know?
I didn't even know that. That's
it's a concept album anyway, but like the concept isn't that well executed. But either way, the songs on this slap. Denzel Curry is one of my favorite rappers. I have fond memories of this album. There's so much to love about it. I think the way that's kind of organized on the vinyl is cool. Like on the front you have this side, on the back you have this side, then you have this side. There's some great shit on it. I think that I love Taboo. Sumo is a banger. Super Saint Superman's a banger. Sirens is a fucking fantastic song. Jid sounds amazing on that song. Cloud Cobain is great. Black Metal Terrorist is fucking mad. Vengeance is great. Perks is great. This album is just great from front to back. Actually, better than great. It's amazing in my opinion. I'm so excited for the new Denzel Curry album, and I'm actually so fucking hyped to see him live. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, gonna have to go on a Denzel binge before that.
Yeah, dude, you got it. I'm doing it as well. Fucking Zeltron, fucking fantastic rapper. Yeah, I'm so excited for the new album.
Alright, next up is a funny one.
It's a funny one. It's some rap songs from Earl Sweatshirt. And the story about this one, I got this for Christmas in 2019, and my mom ordered 2 copies of it. So, funny thing about that is that I was like to my good buddy, little someone named Nostalgia. I was like, I have 2 copies of some rap songs. Would you like the other? Proceeded to give me the other one.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have some rap songs. Probably one of the most unique rap albums to come out recently. Well, 2018 isn't recent now, but like, damn, that was a while back. But like, it's great. It's it's a weird enough album, like production wise, but it's so vulnerable, so pure. It's just very. I guess. How would you describe it actually?
Vulnerable for sure, and just manic, very manic. I think manic's the word I'm looking for. But meticulously produced at the same time. so it does have a. It's cool in that way. Yeah, I didn't know. Did your mum accidentally add 2 to cart?
Yeah, she's done this before. Like,
I thought they accidentally sent you 2. I thought that was what happened.
No. She accidentally bought 2.
That's
like
funny.
she did it again this year when she got me like band shirts. She ordered like 2 fucking System of a Down and Death shirts and 3 Beastie Boys hoodies.
You can rotate them so you never have to wear anything else.
I actually could, but I have the 2 shirts like sealed up. I could give you them. I give you the Death shirt if you want.
Sure. That'd be sick. Yeah.
Anyways, also I love the little message that Earl leaves in the back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, this is a great album. It's my favorite Earl album.
Yeah. You know what? If you asked me this question, maybe like a year or 2 ago, I would have said I don't like shit, but I think Some Rap Songs is my favorite Earl album.
Okay. Moving on.
All right. It's a few of mine
you're
now.
Next.
This
You're
is
next.
Yeah. This is one that This is probably one of the few albums that I own on vinyl that is like lower than an 8, but it's a 7. It's still a very good album. It's Fatboy Slim's Better Living Through Chemistry. I don't think it's his best album, but it still has some incredible moments. I got it in a record shop near where I used to live in Dundalk. And it's a blast. It's a really fun, just what's the Big Beat record. It's not quite as good as whatever his fucking sophomore album is called. God, I'm fucking blanking. But it's still a very good album. It was one of my first ever albums it's also my first ever, fun fact, my first ever colored vinyl, because it's on yellow vinyl.
Oh, that's actually nice.
One of the main reasons I picked it up, honestly. At the time, I had no colored vinyls, and I didn't really see much in that record shop. It was a very small one, but I knew a few tracks off this album. I hadn't listened to it before I bought it on vinyl, but I knew a few tracks off the album, and I knew that I loved a lot of the material on some of his later works. So I picked it up, and yeah, it's still an album I hold dear to my heart because it is one of my first albums. Next, we have my album of the year 2020, Fiona Apple, Fetch the Bolt Cutters. I picked this up recently. Me and my girlfriend were in Dundrum in Golden Records, and this was what I got there. Yeah, incredible album. I admittedly haven't listened to a lot of Fiona's earlier works. That is very high up on my to-do list. But this album is just so raw, so emotional, and so vulnerable from Fiona. And I absolutely fucking adore this album. There's a reason it was my album of the year. In a year with a lot of competition, I might add. So yeah, a very good album to have on vinyl. Okay, next up, we have Fleet Foxes. Obviously, the camera won't do it justice, and the glare against the outer sleeve is a little jarring, but the cover is incredible. This album is incredible. Personally, my favorite Fleet Foxes album, and yeah, it's a really lovely folk project. It's on a translucent green album. It's kind of see-through. You can kind of see my thumb wiggling behind it. But yeah, the translucent green is a little bit of a strange color for such a kind of acoustic-y, kind of grounded album. It's not very out there. The color of the record is definitely very out there. But it's a fantastic album. Definitely recommend. And yeah, personally my favorite Fleet Foxes album. Okay.
You got one more. Next
up, another classic, needs no introduction, and it's picking up a lot of mainstream attention in the last few years. I think largely thanks to, obviously a lot of these tracks have always been iconic, but I think largely thanks to Guardians of the Galaxy. Everyone and their fucking infant is listening to Fleetwood Mac in the songs Off Rumours. Incredible album. And it's just it's one of those albums that it's essential, I think. Everyone's heard it. Most people love it. I haven't met many who would say this isn't good. It's got some of the most famous songs of all time. Obviously, Dreams is massive nowadays. Go Your Own Way, incredible. My personal favorite. Fleetwood Mac song. It's got The Chain. It's amazing. Oh, also, I completely forgot. I completely forgot. It's on colored vinyl. It's on a see-through vinyl, which is kind of neat.
Ooh, nice. I need to listen to Rumors again. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
But The Chain is my favorite. The Chain is my favorite Fleetwood Mac song.
Desperate Need for Foxes, self-titled. Yeah, I recommend it. I got it on. A lot of my records are from Record Hub. Easily the best place. Getting vinyl online in Ireland was not great before the Record Hub came around. It's the fucking best website ever. Everything is so cheap. Shipping, if you spend more than 50, shipping's free. Fucking glorious. So yeah. Okay, you're next.
Yeah. Okay, so I have 2 more records to show off before I go get another stack. And first one I want to show off is from an Irish band, Fontaine's DC. The album they came out with last year, entitled A Hero's Death. And this, I got this on the Record Hub. I love the shit out of this album. It's up there as like in top 20 of. I think this came out in 2020. Yeah.
2020.
Yeah. So I think it's a great record. It's probably one of my favorite, most recent post-punk records, and I love the cover as well. I don't know why. I just love the cover so much. And what's cool about the pressing that I have is that it's actually see-through.
Oh.
It's a see-through pressing. I know there's blue ones you can get as well, but there's some cool. I think it's nice. So yeah, there's the see-through pressing. I think it's sick. It has some lyrics here on the back as well there. And just generally speaking, Fontaine's DC is actually a pretty fucking great band in my opinion. I'm very excited for the new album whenever that drops. Jackie Down the Line has been a fucking fantastic single.
Incredible. And have you listened to the new one? They dropped a new one.
I don't think I have.
Haven't. But Jackie Down the Line is so incredible. Sure, it does clearly take a lot of influence from the Stone Roses, but I like the direction they're going in, and it's exciting.
Yeah, some tracks to mention here though. There's definitely Televised Mind. There's definitely You Said, which is probably my favorite, the Fontaine's DC song. A Hero's Death is up there as well. Living in America as well. A lot of great tracks on here.
My favorite Fontaine song is on that as well. I forget the title. Can you read out the track list real quick?
I Don't Belong, Love Is the Main Thing, Televised Mind, A Lucid Dreams. You Said, Oh Such a Spring, A Hero's Death, Living in America, I Was Not Born. I can't read the last 2.
I think it's You Said. I think it is. I knew it had an S in it, so I'm not good at track titles. I bought a fucking little mini ring light that goes on the phone camera, so I might actually just plug that in real quick, see if it improves anything.
Okay, do you want me to keep going?
Let's see how it goes.
Do you want me to keep going? Dude.
Okay.
Well, I've been abandoned, chat. I'm being ignored, chat. I'm upset. Very upset.
It looks about the same. It looks a little better, maybe.
I'm just telling chat how upset I am about being ignored. And you're still ignoring me.
I don't know what you said. I took my headphones off.
You're still ignoring me.
I took my headphones off.
I'm just telling chat how upset I am that you're ignoring me.
Well, too bad. Maybe
Fuck you.
I'll lower the brightness a little. Hey guys, it's me, Nostalgia.
Hey guys, Shoe Nice here.
Shoe Nice again.
Shoot, I don't even know the intros. Damn, I'm a pleb.
Hey guys, Shoe Nice again.
Okay, I'll move on to the next one.
Oh, I need to consult the list. Oh, it's yours, yeah.
This was MickyT solo stream all along. True. So yeah, next up on my list, Freddie Gibbs and Madlib, Pinata, the 2014 album that pretty much put Freddie Gibbs like properly on the map as an essential rapper, I would say. This one has 4 discs. There's so many great tracks in here. Madlib is at his best on this thing production-wise. This is probably the first time Freddie Gibbs showed himself to be like fucking like proper like great rapper that needs to be paid attention to. There's so much great shit on here. There's so many actually really sick features on here as well. There's Danny Brown, Raekwon is on this thing, Scarface, Absol. There's even a final like posse cut that has Domo Genesis, Casey Veggies, and fucking Michi Darko from Flatbush Zombies, and even Mac Miller was on this as well. There's so much great shit on here. Scarface, Deeper, Harold's, Bomb, Shitspill, Thuggin'. So much great stuff on here. I really want to get the second one they came out with in 2019 or 18. It was what was it called? Bandana. That's the one. I want to get that one as well. But yeah,
Japanese text to speech on that one. That's the most memorable thing about the album.
Really? Did you not like it?
Oh no, I like. Obviously, I like the album. I was just a hyperbole.
Origato, Freddie Gibbsu, Madurib.
Oh, I love that.
So good. Right, anyways, chat, I'm just going to go get a new stack of records. Nostalgia can move on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is... I don't know how many people know of this record.
Uh-oh.
It is fairly big in the indie circles. It is Fox Academy with Luxury Beverage. A fantastic little lo-fi indie album. I believe it's on coloured vinyl. My personal favourite Fox Academy album. They've had some really underrated output throughout the years. It's on a really cool red and black vinyl. I might actually wait for Mick to show him the coloured vinyl. But yeah, fun album. Personal highlights would probably be Lavender Blood, the title track, and maybe Periwinkle Murder Mystery. Great album. Underrated. I don't see enough people talking about Fox Academy online. I think they have some really good material. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's day? The next few albums are ones that both me and Mick have, so I won't move on without him. The Empty Chair, it's almost like a Hassan stream. Do we have the same chair? No, we don't. Mine is red here. His is opened up.
His has a hole in it,
Yeah, we've different chairs. Although, you might be fooled. Yeah, it looks really sick. I think it's very, very similar to the jumper on the front cover, which is a fucking sick jumper. I want that. Yeah, fantastic. Hey,
what did I miss? What have you been telling chat about me?
Nothing about you. We were comparing chairs to see if we have the same chair. We do, in fact, have a slightly different chair. I was talking about this luxury beverage by Fox Academy, and it's coloured vinyl. I wanted to show you because it's fucking sick.
What colour is it?
It's red and black. Do you not have the stream open?
The stream is delayed.
Oh, you'll see it in a sec.
Alright, I'm gonna see it in a sec. You're opening the sleeve now. You in the past or the future or whatever. Come on, let me see it. Come on, hurry up, you fuck, please. No, that's sexy. I like that now.
Very majestic. Very, very nice looking. I was saying next up is some albums that we both have.
Okay. Alright, next up.
Primal Instincts are kicking in.
Primal Instinct. Alright, so on to some Gorillaz.
Oh, this is fun. I have the picture disc.
You do? You have the picture disc?
Yeah.
Man. Right, so I just have the normal pressing of Demon Days. And we both own Demon Days. I love this album. It's very nostalgic for me. Since, growing up, I used to listen to a lot of Gorillaz. Like, when I was a wee little lad, I knew a lot of the Gorillaz songs. Obviously, everyone knew Feel Good Inc. There's so many great tracks in here. Dirty Harry is one of them. Feel Good Inc. November Has Come. RPMF Doom. Dare, obviously, is banger for the ages. But there's also just so much stuff on here. I love the themes of it. I think Damon Albarn does a fantastic job on it. It's probably the last Gorillaz album that's like truly like trip hoppy in a way as well. It's still inspired by like hip hop and trip hop, but generally it's the last one that's kind of in that vein since Albarn in the Future, like he kept rapping his stuff, but he also went into more synth pop stuff as well, but which I can't complain about since the next album we're talking about is incredible. But yeah, I love Demon Days. I think it's class, and the sleeves that I have all the characters' faces on it. So
yeah, all right, fair. That's what my discs look like.
There's Murdoch. There's 2D. Hold up, let me get Noodle and Russell out here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not usually a fan of just like pure picture disc albums where the album cover is on the actual vinyl and you get it in like a see-through sleeve. But this I made an exception for because obviously there's 4 sides and the cover is just a collage of the 4 faces of the 4 members. So I thought it would be cool one to actually have on picture disc. And yeah, I stand by that. It's my only like true picture disc where I don't have a cover. Obviously, I have the 1975, but that's in like a cardboard cover. The picture disc isn't like the front cover. And yeah, it's a great album. I agree with everything you said.
Yeah, this is actually one of the first albums I ever got actually on vinyl. It was my 10th actually.
And this next one is one of the first I ever got on vinyl. And it's
this is one of the most recent for me actually. Yeah. Like second recent. Plastic Beach.
Personal favorite Gorillaz album.
Same.
Yep. It's fucking incredible. It's, as you said, they went in more synth poppy direction. In my opinion, overall a more eclectic direction on this album. You have such a wide variety of tracks, If you just were to hear a track like Super Fast Jellyfish in a vacuum and you didn't know it was the Gorillaz, oh yeah, please show off the inner sleeves. The fucking art is incredible.
Shouts out to Jamie Hewlett for that. Jamie Hewlett's fucking sick.
Yeah, like if you weren't aware of what the Gorillaz were and you heard Super Fast Jellyfish immediately followed by Empire Ants, you would be like, what the fuck? This is on the same album. And I feel like a lot of people take the diversity of the music on Gorillaz albums.
It's David Bowie.
They kind of, it's the Hunky Dory cover. They kind of look over it because it's just like obviously at this point, but it really is impressive. And yeah, fantastic album.
Also,
one of the best albums of the 2010s.
Definitely, and I would also just like to mention a few tracks real quick.
Go on.
Definitely have to mention Welcome to the World of Plastic Beach. White Flag, Rhinestone Eyes. I remember hearing that in like FIFA 10 or 11. That shit was incredible. Stylo, Super Fast Jellyfish, Empire Ants. Oh no. Peak. On Melancholy Hill. Damn. The title track and Cloud of Unknowing. Like, this album is fantastic from front to back.
Yeah. Melancholy Hill and Empire Ants, personal highlights for me. Incredible.
Yeah. Okay, so I have one more Gorillaz album to show you. Mihal doesn't have this one, but I have this one. Most recent
Although
one.
My review for this album got featured on the front page of Rate Your Music, so it's still an album I hold near and dear to my heart.
So bass. So yeah, we have Song Machine Season 1 Strange Times. And like the build up to this album was something else, man. All the singles were incredible. Absolutely love the production. It felt like after a long time of like really like just shit Gorillaz albums, this one was just a blessing to me. And I also love the back art as well. It's so sick.
Oh shit! I've never seen the back art.
Really?
Is there art on the sleeves, inner sleeves?
On the inner sleeves, hold up, let me check. I don't even.
Because I absolutely love the art on Plastic Beach.
Yeah, there is. There is indeed.
Oh, baby.
There's this one here. Russell just doing Russell things, whatever. Then you got one in the back. Then you got one in the back of like the Song Machine yoke, and Noodle there.
Cool.
Actually, oh no, I'm only seeing this now. But if you like folded them, which you obviously can't do, it's just the one image.
Yeah.
Actually looks sick. As far as the pressing goes, it's just standard black. And
also, yes, Jasper, Empire Ants is indeed peak music.
True.
There are maybe like 100 tracks I know that I would categorize as peak music. Empire Ants is in that upper echelon.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some fantastic tracks on here. Strange Times with Robert Smith. The Lost Chord has grown on me so much. I love that track. Pac-Man with Schoolboy Q is great as well. Aries. Oh, Peter Hook on bass.
Oh, dude.
Oh.
The moment I heard that track, I was just like, Peter Hook, immediately.
Yeah.
You just know it. It's so recognizable. It's so iconic.
It's such a distinct bass tone.
Yeah,
it's insane.
It's so good.
Let's see. Momentary Bliss with Slow Tie and Slaves is fantastic as well. And Desolé with Fatsumatsu Diawara is probably my favorite track on the album. I fucking love that song. Loved it when it came out. It's still my favorite Gorillaz track from Song Machine. And that's it for Gorillaz.
Now I have a few in a row.
Alright.
First one is from a band that gets some deserved hate online, gets made fun of online, deservedly. But I think a lot of people forget that back in the day, they were fucking good.
Yes.
Green Day, and their best album, in my opinion, Insomniac. This thing, it's still, well and truly in the realms of pop punk, but honestly, this just edges on just pure punk rock. It's so raw, so in your face, just so angry, but yeah, still has that like Green Day catchiness to it. To think that this came out only a year after Dookie, which is an incredible album. I absolutely love Dookie, but it definitely does emphasize kind of the pop in pop punk. This definitely emphasizes the punk in pop punk. It's fucking kick-ass. The cover is fucking incredible. Obviously, I'm not going to do it justice here, but it was made by a collage artist. I forget his name. It might be somewhere on the sleeve here. It's not. But it's fucking incredible. It has a lot of my favorite Green Day songs ever. Panic Song is, in my opinion, the best Green Day song ever. The bass line and the fucking drumming at the beginning, how it just fucking like keeps building up in intensity, and it is finally let out in the last like minute and a half with just, well, it's easily the best Green Day song in my opinion, and it's a little known fact that it actually gave Mike Dirnt, the bassist of Green Day, carpal tunnel. So it's not one they ever perform live since. And my friend Josh, who did appear on the podcast before, shout out to Josh, he was on the Tool episode. Incredible bassist he is, and he also had to retire that song from his catalog because it's not very easy to play on bass. But yeah, this album, I don't feel like it gets its due praise because it is an incredible punk album and one of my favorite albums.
I need to get some Green Day in my collection.
I need to get
actually.
Dookie.
And I need to get Dookie. I need to get Insomniac. I need to get Nimrod. I need to get Warning as well. I think Warning is a bit underrated. I agree with what you said.
Underrated,
yeah, and I agree with what you said there. Like at the beginning, before you were talking about the album, like obviously Green Day deserve a bit of hate now. Like obviously they put out some pretty fucking shit music, but people are just kind of writing them off and forgetting that they made some pop punk classics.
And also people are also writing them off because they are a pop punk band. Let's face it. And let's face it, it's not the most fucking prestigious genre to be labeled under. But when it comes to pop punk, I think they do it better than anyone else.
Yeah, I agree.
Next up, we have Grimes, Visions. Her debut, I think, studio album. I may be wrong. I don't know if her first project is a mixtape or an album. But early Grimes is fucking incredible stuff. This album is just so ethereal, so it just doesn't sound. It sounds like it wasn't made by humans. It sounds like a pop album made by aliens, which I'm well aware was probably kind of the intention behind it, but it just sounds so incredible. Obviously, it has Genesis and Oblivion. Both are just some of the best pop songs ever made, and it just feels weird even categorizing them as pop songs. This is, in my opinion, I do really like Art Angels. I even like her output since her new song, Shinigami Eyes. We listened to it live. I kind of wasn't really I was kind of split on it on the podcast. It's kind of grown on me. I kind of do like the track.
I went back to it again. I still don't really care for it.
Yeah, but obviously she's kind of lost a lot of favor with people in recent times. And while I still love her music and will still get excited for her output, I think Oblivion is her best album. And even though I love Art Angels, it ain't even close. This thing is amazing. Cover's fucking wild as well.
Yeah, the cover's sick. I love it.
Yeah, this is, if there's in the category of covers that definitely look like the album sounds, this is up there. Oh god, I hate the mic. I'm next as well. Yep.
Okay. I just need to get a cable to charge my phone real quick.
Oh good. There was a period of time where The Valley of the Pagans was my favorite song ever. Pretty underrated track there. Favorite song ever though? I mean, not for me, but that's an interesting one. Mick is back. Next up.
Yeah, I got Le Cable.
I remember when I said the Beatles album was the most expensive.
You're talking about You're talking about Death Con, aren't you?
Yeah, it's the album itself wasn't the most expensive.
Sorry, chat. I'm manhandling you. I'm sorry, chat. I love you.
POV. You're MickyT's pet gerbil. MickyT. No, POV. You're MickyT's eyeglasses. Right.
Do something.
All right. This album by itself wasn't the most expensive album in my collection, but shipping to Ireland from America is a fucking bitch. And guess where all the major labels are fucking based? Well, the major like indie labels that will press albums like this one, America. So y'all get the albums for whatever they're worth, and you pay an extra tenner for shipping. I have to fucking pay the price of the album for shipping. This was Death Consciousness, my second favorite album of all time. It was, the album itself was €30. The shipping was another fucking €30, which is about, all in all, I spent around $70 on this, half of it on shipping, but it was worth it. This is a limited pressing from last year, I believe. It might have been 2020. I don't remember. But it was from under the Flenser label. They pressed it. It's on pink vinyl, which is a admittedly a little bizarre of a choice for Death Consciousness. But it's fun anyways. Just having a pink vinyl. I think like a dark green vinyl maybe would have suited the music more than just bright pink, but still.
I wouldn't complain. It's a cool pressing.
Yeah, it's a really cool pressing. It's a limited pressing. I think it was limited to 1,000. So yeah, it's probably the most valuable record I have. The one I definitely shelled out the most money on. Well, I have already paid for the 2418 album, Birth of a New Day, I think. What's it called? Birth of a New Day, yeah. By 2814. 2814, yeah. But yeah, this album's amazing. The inner sleeves are just plain white, and there's no real other art except for the front art, which is kind of mirrored. Kind of trippy. It also came with a separate, like, I have to find it. It's like a booklet. It's like pretty thick, honestly. It's around like this thick, of just like, I thought at first it would be like a lyric sheet and stuff. It wasn't. It was some sort of like a short novella that the project was based on, but I have ADHD. I can't read books, but it came with it. So that was cool. I accidentally minimized the list there, so I don't know who's next, but I think it's you.
It's me. Alright, next record that I have is Hozier's Wasteland Baby. I think it's his second album. And this is probably my least favorite record in my collection. I remember buying... It was the third vinyl I ever bought, and I remember buying it because it was another album that I hadn't heard. And I got it in Tesco for like 20 quid. And I don't even think I go back.
Vinyl.
I don't even think I go back to this album anymore. I think it's okay. The Hozier's definitely made better stuff, but as a whole, I don't really care for it too much. It's all right for now, you know. It's not one of my favorites, but it's something I own, and maybe I might spin it again someday. But who knows? Nothing special about it. Let's just move on.
Next up, I have the Human League. They're an 80s synth pop group. This is easily their best album. This is actually an original pressing of this album. And I got it for free. So shout out to Classified Records in Dundalk, a very kind of mom and pop small record shop in Dundalk, the biggest town near me growing up, a town where I spent a lot of my youth. For my 16th birthday, this was years back, I want to say it was my 16th or 17th birthday, I don't even remember, it was too long ago. I got 200 quid off my family, and they sent me on my sweet way to Dundalk to buy as many records as I could, and that's what I did. The owner of the shop was like, "Did you steal your parents' credit card? How's this 16-year-old got 200 to spend on vinyl?" And I was like, "Oh, it's my birthday." And he was like, "Oh, cool. Do you want to pick a free record from this section since you've just spent 200 in my shop?" More than, because it was a really small shop. That was probably more than he earned in a day just for me alone. So he let me pick out he had old records for he previously owned records for 25 range or something like that, and he let me pick out anyone for free. I picked out this. Honestly, we're in Ireland, and a lot of the used records are just random fucking country shite.
Country and fucking trad and
yeah, just trad.
Fucking
and let's be honest. There was a original pressing of Aqualung by Jethro Tull in there.
Really?
It was listed for 80 quid, and I was like, "This isn't supposed to be here, right?" And he was like, No, that's not supposed to be there. So he moved it to the proper section.
80 quid for original pressing of Aqualung. What the fuck?
Yeah, but this album actually is very good as far as 80s synth pop is concerned. It's a little cheesy, but it's still very good. Obviously, it has one very big track, "Don't You Want Me, Baby." Iconic song, iconic 80s synth pop song. But all in all, it is a pretty good album.
Speaking of iconic 80s synth pop, the one 80s synth pop record that I need to get is Songs from the Big Chair by Tears for Fears. That album is fucking great. I'll also need to get Violator by Depeche Mode. That album fucking slaps. Yeah, you going on?
It's you next, MickyT.
Right. Alright, I have a few next. So, we have Joy is an Act of Resistance by Idols. Everyone knows Idols at this stage. Probably one of my favorite post-punk bands in recent memory. I remember fondly the first time that I ever listened to this album. Nostalgia actually got me to listen to it for the first time in class.
Yeah.
It was fucking sick. Remember getting it. It was a fucking class album. It's standard black disc, but this album, I'm fine with that. It's class. There's so many. I think some of the best songs that Idols have ever written are on this. Colossus is just a behemoth. I'm Scum is incredible. Danny Denelko is amazing.
Denelko, is it not Nedelko?
Nedelko, my bad. Okay, so June is probably one of the most gripping and just darkest songs I've ever heard. There's just so many great stuff on here. It's, in my opinion, Idol's best album. And yeah, I love this record.
Facts.
What more needs to be said there? So, from one Idol's record to another, we have Ultramono. And I know a lot of people don't really dig Ultramono that much, but I get it. I like this album more just for just how like fucking brutal the production is. It's so fucking sick. It's heavy as shit. It's so just bombastic and noisy. I love it. And the cover is cool. There's some great tracks on here. Some of my favorites like War, Grounds, Mr. Motivator, Model Village, Reigns. It's class. I love it. And what else? And the pressing that I got. Ooh, looky.
Flames.
It is one of my favorite pressings that I own. It is fucking fire. Love the shit out of it. It looks so sick. I can't remember exactly what it's titled as, what this pressing's titled as, but either way, it slaps. It's sick. I love it. It's probably one of my favorite records that I own, just for how the disc looks alone. But as a whole, I love the album. I think it's great. And I'm gonna move on to the next one now. Oh, here we go. Let's get our 80s dad rock bands in. Not even dad rock bands. Get our 80s dad rock lovers in here. So, Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast. One of the most iconic albums. And, yeah, Iron Maiden fucking slap. I love Iron Maiden to bits. They're one of my favorite, like, classic 80s metal bands. Generally speaking, the Number of the Beast has just some of the most infectious songs ever. It's the first album they ever did with Bruce Dickinson on vocals. He made quite the fucking impression on this thing because he sounds amazing. There's, I think, some of the best like tracks that Iron Maiden have ever made are on this album. Obviously, Invaders is iconic. The Prisoner is fantastic. The Number of the Beast, the title track, fucking hell, that song slaps. Run to the Hills as well. Gangland, Hallowed Be Thy Name. There's just so much to love about this album. And the back cover is hilarious. Just look at this shit. Look at the boys.
The boys just hanging out in hell.
Boys just hanging in hell. Bruce Dickinson casually conjuring fire from whatever the fuck he's holding. But you know, I think it's great. I need to get more Iron Maiden albums on vinyl. They have so many fucking fantastic albums, so it's a necessity for me. Plus, I fucking love the album covers. They're all consistent for Iron Maiden, but like, man, they're so good. They're they have all the camp that you'd want in like an 80s like metal album cover, but they're so cool. I definitely need to get shit like Power Slave or Somewhere in Time, especially on vinyl.
Yeah, Somewhere in Time.
They fucking slap.
Both our favorite Iron Maiden album.
Fuck yeah, man! That Works the Best is incredible.
But from one power, Iron Maiden.
Oh, I thought, were you about to say Power Rangers?
No, I was about to say power. The name of the title. From one Iron Maiden album to another, Power Slave. For a long time was my favorite metal album of all time, but I've recently just been like, you know what, Somewhere in Time's a little better. But this album is still fucking incredible. Another classic metal act I need to look further into. Yeah, of course. I mean, their name is fucking larger than life, so I feel like a lot of people forget just how incredible this fucking band is. But yeah, Iron Maiden are fantastic. Power Slave contains a lot of their more iconic songs. Just this track listing is just crazy. Aces High, 2 Minutes to Midnight, Lost for Words, Flash of the Blade, The Duelists, Back in the Village, Power Slave, Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Holy fuck. It's just metal classics after metal classics. This album is an essential, and I can see why it's most people's favourite Iron Maiden album. Somewhere in Time just holds... It just speaks to me, you know? You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying?
You know.
2 minutes to midnight. So good. I love that album. Okay, moving on to my one. I'm actually going to bring out the second ever vinyl that I ever got. It's an album that I was very fond of when I was a wee lad. Well, when I was fucking 14. I still like a lot of tracks to it to this day. And it's 2014 Forest Hills Drive by J. Cole. And I know a lot of people give J. Cole a lot of shit, especially more recently, and I've been critical of him as well as of late. But I do still fondly look back on 2014 Forest Hills Drives, kind of in the same way that I look back on Under Pressure by Logic, because they were the records that were getting me into rap at the time. Previously, Eminem was probably my gateway into it. Then Logic came along, then J. Cole came along, then Kendrick, and so on and so forth. And I have a lot of nostalgia for this album. I still think it's good. It has a lot of tracks that I think are fantastic. I still love O3 Adolescence. I still love Tale of Two Cities, Fire Squad, Saint-Tropez. No Role Models is great still to me. And just generally speaking, I respect this album heavily. I still think it's a very good one. I think it's J. Cole's best. And while I've definitely grown a tad bit detached from J. Cole's music, I still think that Forest Hills Drives is good, and I would definitely go back to tracks on it just for nostalgia's sake, because I remember loving those in secondary school.
Okay, next up we have probably the only album I've ever bought on vinyl, knowing absolutely nothing about the music, knowing absolutely fucking nothing about the band, just based off the cover. And it's this. It's by an Irish, I later learned post-punk band, post-rock band, sorry, the Jimmy Cake. This album is called Master. The album cover is fucking crazy. It's just some lad having a casual little fry-up English breakfast with fucking Death himself. And this is the back cover. The art immediately hooked me in. I bought this. This was an early record, so back when buying records was still kind of exciting for me. I didn't have a lot of money. I didn't have a job. I was like 16 or so. So it was a big deal buying a record without having heard it before, because I was like, holy fuck, this might be dog shit. But the cover was just too sick, so I thought, even if it's fucking dog shit, I have something fucking cool to display. It's an Irish post-punk band, probably the most obscure band whose record I own. I have not heard anything from them since. I don't even know if they've released material since. But yeah, this album cover is fucking fantastic. The music itself is very brooding, almost kind of Swans inspired, but nowhere near as like heavy and dark. It's still pretty heavy actually. Like the song titles on here are some indication as to the music. That's the inner sleeve is fucking. It looks like a Little Ugly Mane album cover. You'll see it on screen in a sec. I wish let's try and get the song titles. Okay, one of the songs is called Death Can Fuck Off, and it's like 20 minutes long. Oh no, it's like 30 minutes long. It takes up an entire disc. So disc A, side A and B, disc 1 are just the song Death Can Fuck Off. And then there's Observatory, Destroyer, and Teen Mist. It's a very like brooding, dark post-rock album. I definitely really liked it. I think it's up a lot of people's alley. I feel like I would recommend giving it a try. But yeah, the album cover is just incredible. So yeah, I took a risk, and I'm glad I did it.
The risky purchases that pay off are always the best ones. Okay. Alright, next up I got another jazz record to show off. And it's Blue Train from John Coltrane. And this is from tenor saxophonist John Coltrane. One of the most iconic names in general for jazz. He's pretty much held up there with the likes of Miles Davis and Art Blakey. And generally speaking, I think Blue Train is a fantastic album. It's another fantastic helping of jazz. I think it's fantastic compositionally and instrumentally. Some of the playing on here is just fantastic and very catchy. And I still remember the opening horn lines for Blue Train. It's so good. And this is actually a very relaxing one too. It's one that I would definitely put on like just to be casual about it, because John Coltrane has a very casual style on this album. I think generally musicianship is class, and as a whole, I think that it's just a really good a really good record. It's one of the first jazz records I properly got into. It's probably the second one I ever listened to, because I think I listened to this after I listened to Kind of Blue. And since then, Coltrane has probably remained one of my favorite jazz musicians ever. And this album is probably because of that. He has more incredible stuff as well, but this is definitely one to note because it slaps.
Yeah, great one. Great album.
Alright, we both have some to show off next. Okay. Alright, so first one we want to show off, a little iconic album from a band that you're never heard of.
Taking your time, but I already have it on screen.
Joy Division, Unknown Pleasures. One of the most definitive...
Wait, can I say something?
Yeah, go on.
First record I ever bought.
Damn, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I bought 2 records the same day. This and something else. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Unknown Pleasures, one of the most defining albums ever in the post-punk movement. It's one of the most iconic albums ever. The album cover alone is one of the most iconic. You'll catch 10 people in the fucking street wearing Joy Division t-shirts.
And rightfully so. We both own them, as if you watched the last live show. Yeah. We fucking are big Joy Division fans. We're allowed to fucking rep the merch. Yeah. It's one of the best album covers of all time.
Honestly, yeah. Just Joy Division in general, just fucking fantastic. Is your record made of a different material? Because mine is
a very kind of smooth cardboard. We probably have the same pressing.
Probably, but anyways, this album, it's fantastic. It's very dark. It's very dystopian. It's very slow burning, but there's also just so much to love about it. Just everything from the lyricism to the instrumentation to Ian Curtis's presence and everything about it. There's just so many great tracks in here. Disorder is probably one of the best opening tracks to an album ever. That track it's such a contrast from everything else that's after it. It's so funny. But yeah, honestly, this isn't my favorite Joy Division album, but it's up there as just a fantastic, near perfect album
my favorite.
For me.
Does your favorite happen to be Closer?
Mine does happen to be Closer.
I mean, there's one does. Yeah, another one that I also have on vinyl.
Yeah,
is I am a big Joy Division fan. It's even though I prefer Unknown Pleasures. Closer is pretty much on par. They're pretty much on the same level of quality. Both are just incredible albums. Obviously, this was a posthumous album, and Jesus fuck is it dark, even more so than Unknown Pleasures. It's not an easy album to really get into. There's a lot of moments on Unknown Pleasures that anyone can enjoy. It's just quality tracks, but this one is just dark. It's far more dark. It's far more just twisted, and obviously given the context that this was released posthumously after Ian Curtis's suicide. Yeah, it's one of the darkest records of all time in my opinion.
Yeah, it's you see, I couldn't have said it better. This is just such a fucking dark album, and it's my personal favorite Joy Division album. Nothing more to add there. Let's just move on to what we have next.
I have another Joy Division record. This is
we love Joy Division.
Yeah, we do. This is a compilation album. It's called Substance. It contains a lot of their early material when they were known as Warsaw, and a lot of their later material as well. 2 of my favorite Joy Division tracks are Love Will Tear Us Apart. I know, cliche pick, fucking sue me. Well, three of my favorite Joy Division tracks are Love Will Tear Us Apart, Transmission, and Atmosphere. They're not on either of the 2 studio albums, so I had to pick this up. It was worth it. It has those 3 tracks. It has a lot of their early tracks like Warsaw, Leaders of Men. Digital is an incredible track. It also has kind of an alternate version of She's Lost Control, which is great. And yeah, this album is fucking brilliant. Oh, actually, my favorite Joy Division track really is Ceremony, but that was never officially recorded by Ceremony, only by New Order. So I kind of it's on the fence. But still, this album, I think, this compilation album, I feel like most Joy Division fans should be familiar with a lot of the tracks on here, even though they were never released on an official album. A lot of them were just on their debut EP and just singles. But I think this is still essential Joy Division through and through. This contains all the good stuff that's not on the 2 studio albums.
I should definitely give that a listen.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, moving on. I have one now, and it is All My Heroes Are Cornballs by JPEG Mafia. An album that I actually had as a 10 at one point, but I've decided to ditch the 10 because the track... hold up, where is it? There's one track in particular that I just think is shite now. It might be... it's here... So, wow, I'm blind. I can't fucking see shit on this. Life's Hard, Here's a Song About Sorrow. That song is terrible, but everything else about this is fantastic. The production is so unique.
Alright.
It's bad. Nah, but I love this album. I think it's fantastic. Production is fucking brilliant. I love the way that Peggy changed his style from like obviously this just very straightforward, outspoken like fucking AWOL experimental hip hop to something that's more like kind of R&B focused and a bit more like vaporwave textured in a way. It's interesting, but it's so cool. There's a lot of great stuff on here. I still love Peggy's lyricism. Peggy's lyricism will never fail to me. It's so good, and just production on this is fantastic. Some of my favorite tracks on it are obviously Keen for Skel, Geez Forgive Me, I'm a Thought, Beta Male Strategies, Grimy Waifu, All My Heroes Are Cornballs. There's so many funny fucking song. There's so many fucking funny song titles on here. Basic Bitch Tear Gas. But it's good. The cover is also different. On the back, it's weird as well. Look what Peggy's fucking wearing. So weird. It's so weird, but I like it. I fuck with it heavy. I love this album. It's great.
You see Peggy being based on Twitter recently.
Oh, what'd he say?
Well, first of all, he said he publicly announced that his music anyone can use to sample or make other art forms with, and that he won't take it down, he won't DMCA it. It's free to use if anyone wants to create something cool with it. Based. And then he someone was like, "Oh, I found you through Hassan's stream on Twitch. Do you think I think you should start streaming?" And he's like, "Yeah, I might." He says he's been thinking about it already, and that he says he wants kind of a platform to just talk and kind of interact with people and just chat shit. So we might be seeing a fucking JPEG Mafia Twitch stream soon, which is fucking exciting.
No, that's fucking incredible. Yeah. I'm actually so excited for that. That'll be fantastic.
Alright, next up we have I have mentioned Dundalk a few times. It's a town that is near and dear to my heart. It's pretty much the big town near where I was born, and that's where I bought a lot of my early records in a record shop called Classified Records. So now we're talking about a band from Dundalk, and it's Just Mustard. This band should be way bigger. They blend shoegaze and noise rock and post-punk in a very really mechanical yet just serene and ethereal kind of way, and I think they're a very unique voice in shoegaze. I think they're one of the best kind of up and coming underground Irish bands, and I've heard a lot of underground Irish music. And this album, their debut album Wednesday, is fucking amazing. If there's one track that I would recommend that everyone should listen to kind of get a taste, if you're looking for some underground shoegaze, a band that may be big in a few years hopefully, and you want to get in on the ground floor, listen to Deaf, DEAF by Just Mustard. It's an amazing album, amazing band, and I look forward to more material from them because it has been 3 years. I know they're still together, but they haven't released any studio albums. Where am I here? Oh,
you're next.
Next is a figure that's kind of been in the news lately because not for the right reasons.
I mean, the man is having a mental breakdown in public. Yeah,
it's clear, but he's also kind of being a fucking piece of shit and kind of sending probably
Yeah.
trying to not directly but indirectly fucking murder Pete Davidson
More than likely.
just because his wife has moved on. But oh well. Kanye is still one of the greatest artists of all time. A serious GOAT contender when it comes to hip hop. And my personal favorite album is the sample heavy, the chipmunk funk heavy. My personal favorite Kanye album is the College Dropout. A lot of people may know this if you are familiar with me. But yeah, this project is amazing. I think every track on here just is so meticulous, so perfect. The production is up there, I think, tied with Mad Villainy as my favorite hip-hop production. The sampling also tied with Mad Villainy as my favorite hip-hop sampling. Kanye, I think, is at his best. You know, this was his debut album. He had already kind of made a name for himself in the hip-hop kind of circles as a producer. And you can tell that he was really trying to fucking prove himself as a rapper, as an MC. And my fucking God, does he. This album's amazing, and Through the Wire is, to this day, my favorite Kanye West song. And it's fucking crazy that he recorded that entire track with his jaw fucking sealed shut. Yeah, I love that project. Oh, I will mention, this is on red vinyl also, Just Mustard.
Oh, you lucky
No, not College Dropout, the Just Mustard album.
Okay, that's still sick though.
Yeah, but yeah, College Dropout, my favorite personal Kanye album.
Right, now let's move on to the next one. We both have this one, and it is probably.
I was wondering what thing you had. I have the ballerina.
Nice, the ballerina one is sick too. I probably won't take mine out the sleeve because
it's hard to get in the sleeve. Yeah, it's so thick.
To put back in. Yeah, but yeah, if you don't know already, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, the album that's considered Kanye's best, like amongst just the general consensus. But you know, it's kind of interesting that everyone can have their own like favorite Kanye album because this discography is so diverse. But just this album is. It's pretty much a masterpiece. Like, this album is fucking incredible. Just from a production standpoint, from a lyrical standpoint, I think some of Kanye's best rapping is on this thing. Some of my absolute favorite Kanye songs are on this as well. You know, production, minus a few moments that I think are pretty not that great, is just fantastic. The sampling is insane. Kanye sounds in his element on here. The features are incredible. And Kanye made this album like his life fucking depended on it. And it really did because, you know, everyone knows Kanye has a bit of an ego. And that did show at that infamous VMAs moment with Taylor Swift. But if that didn't happen, we wouldn't have gotten My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. And in general, I fucking love this album. It's tied for my favorite Kanye album. If I mean, in terms of solo discography, this would definitely be my favorite one. But, you know, this thing is fantastic. Inside, there's so much shit in it. There's different things you can put in for the for the cover.
My personal favorite is the ballerina. I keep that almost all the time.
This one is mine. But there's also some other cool shit in here. There's posters with lyrics on it, credits and stuff. There's 4 vinyls, and yeah, it's sick. You know, sometimes it's hard being a Kanye fan, especially recently, but, you know.
He's not making it easy on us.
Honestly.
Well, you can keep talking about him for 2 more albums while I listen.
Okay, I have
Actually, I'm
2
gonna
more.
quickly go pee. You can either talk away or you can wait. Up to you.
I'll keep talking. Okay, chat, it's just me and you. First other Kanye album I want to show you is Yay, which this one was actually very cheap enough, probably because there's only like 7 tracks in 1 disc, but honestly, yeah, this is worth it in my opinion because, to be honest, I fucking love this album. It's, in my opinion, one of the most underrated albums in Kanye's discography. I love it to bits. It's so raw, it's so emotional, it's so personal. A lot of tracks on here are definitely dealing with Kanye's mental health, which, obviously, if you know what's going on, it hasn't been getting any better. And it's just it's one of the most vulnerable that we see Kanye at. So many tracks on here that just show him as like this, just this vulnerable like man that's relying on his family, and it's nice in that regard. And generally speaking, while the production may not be as grand or as like larger than life as some of Kanye's most memorable stuff, this is still fantastic in my opinion. I love Yikes. I think that's a banger. I Thought About Killing You is one of the most gripping openings to a Kanye album. Wouldn't Leave is great. I love No Mistakes. Violent Crimes is an incredible closer. And Ghost Town is fucking amazing. I love Ghost Town. I think it's fantastic. And yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that because I'll just move on to the next one. And the next one is another Kanye-related project, but this time one that he did with Kid Cudi, Kids See Ghosts, the legendary collab album, which I loved bits. It's tied for my favorite Kanye album, and it's pretty much my favorite Kid Cudi album. But I love this thing. The 7 tracks in this album are amazing. I love the blends of psychedelic rock, and I love the blends of psychedelic rock and just hip hop. I think it's incredible. Production is amazing. There's some great appearances from Pusha T and Mos Def. Well, he's Yassine Bey on this, but you know it's class. Kanye and Cudi are in unison on this one. I love the themes of the album, and generally just more into the look of the mental health stuff. And generally speaking, a lot of fantastic tracks on here. And yeah, I love Kids See Ghosts. I love it to bits. It's generally just one of my favorite Kanye albums, my favorite Kid Cudi album, and yeah, I love it.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back.
Yay is incredible and gets too much hate. And Ghost Town is my favorite Kanye track that isn't on the College Dropout.
Ooh, people look at me like a psychopath when I say Yay is my favorite Kanye album. I think it's top 5. That's my take.
Yeah, maybe 6th, but fuck 'em. You can have any
fuck 'em. Alright, yeah, you're next.
With one of the best pop albums of all time. From a pioneer, a fucking icon. If you look at a lot of art pop artists today, not even art pop artists, a lot of artists in general and all sorts of genres today, and you know, look at their inspirations. A lot of times they will mention the one and only Kate Bush. And for a good reason. She was a rare talent. She was such a one-of-a-kind artist, you know, while still making songs that are widely accessible, you know, very centered in pop. She just did it her own way. She always carved out her own path. And Hounds of Love is like the perfect quintessential pop album in my opinion. Everything on this is fucking gold. You know, Kate showcases her talents as a performer, as a songwriter, as a singer, and as a producer. Every single thing on this album was put together, produced, crafted by Kate Bush. And yeah, in a time where, you know, misogyny was unfortunately still rampant in the music industry, but she didn't need anyone else. She didn't need any Max Martin looking over her. She fucking carved out her own path, and she was a fucking badass. I love Hounds of Love.
That's another record that I need to own badly. That record slaps.
Incredible album.
Okay, we're going to move on to a couple of records that we both own from a particular Mr. Kendrick Lamar. And first one we're going to show off, Good Kid, Mad City. Which
the best Kendrick album.
What did you just say to me?
Fuck you say to me, you little bitch.
Nah, but this actually turned 10 not too long ago, actually. So, fuck
it
me,
still
10
sounds
years.
fucking fresh, dude.
Yeah. Fucking Good Kid, Mad City is pretty much the album that put Kendrick on the map. Like, this thing is fucking incredible. It's a near perfect album, in my opinion. Like, it still even sounds fresh to this day, because a lot of the stuff that was on this album is still popular in the mainstream today, especially. But like, there's just so much to love about this thing. Kendrick proves that he's an incredible lyricist on this thing. The concept of the album is insane. There's so much raw power and emotion that goes into a lot of tracks on here. Like on Sing About Me, I'm Dying of Thirst. Like, man, that track. Oh, there's so much love. There's so many tracks on here that are very nostalgic for me, like Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe, Swimming Pools, Good Kid, Mad City. There's so much to love about it. Compton is great as well. Swimming Pools is amazing. Money Trees is great. Shireen is a great opener. Backseat Freestyle, fucking banger and a half. And The Art of Peer Pressure is one of Kendrick's best songs. There's just so much to love about it. And it's not my favorite Kendrick album. The next one is, but you know, it's not his fucking best, but it's amazing.
I was always back and forth on the two. I guess now's the perfect time to pull out the obvious. To Pimp a Butterfly. I was always back and forth on which one was my favorite between these two because they are pretty on par. Anytime I listened to one, I was like, oh yeah, this one's my favorite. Okay, this one's my favorite. No, this one's my favorite. So I decided to do the difficult thing of kind of stepping back, not listening to either for maybe 3 months, and just kind of seeing how I felt about them without having them fresh in my mind. And personally, Good Kid, I think, is my favorite. But this album is still incredible. I mean, most people's favorite Kendrick album, and even though I personally prefer Good Kid, I'm not gonna fucking take that away from anyone, because for good reason. Yeah, it's just listening to this album. Even when I listened to it for the first time in 2015, I could immediately tell how important this album would be for decades to come. You know, you don't really. It's hard to look at new albums from under like kind of that lens of like classic. It's hard to put albums kind of in the same category as you do, you know, the OK Computers, the albums of yesteryear that have already stood the test of time. But every so often an album comes around that I listen to and I just can't see it being anything other than a classic, and I can just immediately understand its importance, and To Pimp a Butterfly is that. And yeah, it's a must-have on vinyl.
Yeah, definitely. It's actually the first album that I ever got on vinyl. The condition that this is in is kind of a bit shoddy, but it doesn't matter. I think that the album still sounds amazing. Yeah, it's one of those generation-defining albums, an instant classic when it came out. And yeah, as a whole, this album is just fucking amazing. And you know, to be fair, I won't get mad if you think Good Kid is better, but you know, at this point, it's my favorite one. It's one of my favorite albums of all time. It's one of the first albums that I truly called a masterpiece. And yeah, as a whole, I love Kendrick's music, and this is his finest statement to date, in my opinion.
Yeah, and like I remember when it came out, it was the first time kind of I was familiar with Needle Drop through his review of this album, Anthony Fantano. Mm-hmm. And, you know, that eventually led me down a rabbit hole of music, whereas previously I was just, like, kind of a vanilla. I liked some more obscure artists. I was familiar with Car Seat Headrest at the time, through the mood board on 4chan, because I didn't frequent the mood board, but I did sometimes go on Moo. But this one kind of sold me on new music, kind of restored my faith in music, and it's the reason that I kept listening to new music. And you know, I'm at the point where I listen to like everything that comes, almost everything that comes out. I listen to like 300 albums a day, and it's probably the reason I'm doing this right here. Pimp a Butterfly.
The Pimp a Butterfly.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Alright, moving on to another Kendrick album that I own, and it's Damn. And I do think that this is probably Kendrick's weakest album. I won't deny that. But I still enjoy Damn. I still think it's a pretty good album. It has some really good tracks. DNA is still a slapper. Element is still one of my favorite Kendrick songs. Pride is great. I think that the song that Kendrick did with U2, Triple X, is still fucking amazing. Duckworth is honestly my favorite closer to a Kendrick album. And yeah, in general, I do like it. I get that it's more commercial than any other Kendrick album. Some of the tracks definitely don't hit as well as they used to, but in general, I think Damn is a solid album on its own. And yeah, we'll just leave that. We'll leave Damn inside, and we're moving on to Let's Go, an album we both own, and my favorite album of all time, In the Court of the Crimson King by King Crimson. Masterpiece.
It's your favorite album. It's only right
of
for
a
you
masterpiece.
to talk about it. I'll open the sleeve and show them the
show them the terrifying images.
Yeah.
So yeah, generally speaking, In the Court of the Crimson King is my favorite album. This thing birthed the progressive rock genre, and it's just incredible from front to back. There's so much that I love about this thing, from the guitar work to the bass work to the drumming from Michael Giles, which is
my favorite drum album of all time.
Inhuman. It is insane. But yeah, this thing, it's so mesmerizing to me. It's an album that I often just I know every single part of it, even the fucking improv section of Moonchild, which I think gets a bit shit on too much, but hey, that's me being biased. But The Court of the Crimson King is just such a mesmerizing album to me. Just the playing is incredible, the compositions are incredible. It just sounds amazing. Like, from front to back, production is incredible. It sounds otherworldly, and just as a whole, fucking In the Court of the Crimson King just has so much amazing material on it, amazing lyrics. It's insane. I love 21st Century Schizoid Man. Absolutely love Epitaph. Loved I Talk to the Wind. Love Moonchild. Love the title track. I fucking love this album. What more needs to be said? It's a masterpiece in my opinion. It's my favorite album of all time. And yeah, cheers to it.
Cheers. Now, a few of yours in a row.
Mm-hmm. I'm a busy man here. Okay. Hold on. She's right. Alright. Continuing on with the Kings. We're going to start with a little band from Australia. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. I'm in your mind, Fuzz. Fuck yeah, mate. But, yeah. This is actually the first pressing of an album that I ever got that was colored. And the pressing, if you ask me, suits King Gizzard well, because look at this shit.
Oh, that's sick.
This is fucking class. I love it to bits. And I'm in Your Mind, Fuzz is one of my favorite albums in the King Giz discography. It's so good. I love it. It's like the opening 4-part song is just insane. There's so many good slow jams that are pretty sick on here as well. I re-listened to that whole suite again. It was just like, man, this shit slaps. Holy fuck! There's so much to love about it. And yeah, I mean, King Gizzard are a band that are known for being just insanely versatile. Their discography proves that. This is their straight psych rock stuff, but it's fantastic. There's a lot to love about it. It's the production is fantastic. And I need to get more King Giz records on vinyl. Actually, speaking of more King Giz records, I need to go get another stack of them, so entertain chat or whoever's watching.
We just jumped from 2 viewers to 4. Exciting stuff. How's everyone doing? How was everyone's evening? Also, reminder, we are kind of doing a Q&A here. So feel free to just ask away any questions you want, any music-related questions, anything. Just... We're here to just chat away and answer all of that. Mick will be back any second with a fresh stack of records. The next few are going to be mixed. We have this ordered in alphabetical order. I did say this at the beginning. I don't know who was here, who wasn't, but Mick is going to be talking about the next few albums. We actually have 3 different artists that Mick has on vinyl whose name begins with King, the word King. There's King Crimson, King Gizzard, and the Lizard Wizard, and then there's another King something, which I'm sure he'll talk about soon. Let's see if I can put anything funny on the screen. Oh, I hope he's not coming back. I need to... Origin tab. Plus. Alright. Let's do the funny. Funny goes back. Oh fuck. I fucked it. I'll just have the teeth up on screen actually, maybe. That'd be funny. Oh, come on. The teeth. Enjoy those teeth, everyone. What else?
Apologies for that. That took longer than expected. You there?
Yeah, I'm there. I put teeth
Alright, next.
on your screen.
Alright, let me see what you did. I appreciate that now. Alright, next record that I want to show is King Gizzard's delve into thrash metal. A little album called Infest the Rat's Nest, which is one of the best modern thrash albums ever. This is basically just King Giz like being in their like heavy psych sound, but taking it to a level where they take influence from like Slayer and Megadeth and so many fucking class thrash bands, and it's insane what they came up with on here. Mars for the Rich is one of the best thrash songs ever. It's so catchy, so infectious. Planet B is another amazing one. Self-Immolate is incredible. Superbug is amazing. Organ Farmer as well. And it's one of my favourite King Giz albums. It's actually top 3 for me. And yeah, love this album. Nothing more to say there. We'll move on to the next one because we have a shitload of shit to get through still. Okay, next, sticking with the Kings, King Cruel, Mr. Archie Marshall with The Ooze. Very long album, very kind of like art rocky, jazz rock album that's just got so many, like, got so much catharsis behind it. It's a really great album in my opinion. I think that it's the album that finally. No, actually, I think it was Man Alive that got me clicked with King Cruel, but this one is his best. It's amazing.
I agree.
I think that there's some fantastic songs on here. Lonely Blue is amazing. Biscuit Town is amazing as well. Dumb Surfer is class. There's just so much to love here. Haven't spun it in a while, but it's well worth a listen. So if you haven't already, listen to The Use.
Everyone always says my beautiful dark twisted fantasy is Fantano's most fucking egregious least based review, but at least he still liked that album. Giving this a 2, was it?
A 4.
A 4. The fuck? I don't. Yeah. I think he heard. I think he just heard a different album.
Maybe. All right. Next up, let's get into some classic hard rock. Boom. Led Zeppelin's debut. Led Zeppelin 1. A fucking kick-ass debut album. Put Led Zeppelin on the map. And, yeah, sure, they stole blues licks or whatever. But, you know what? It slaps. At least they had the smarts to cover their tracks somewhat. But, like, there's so many great tracks on here. Jimmy Page's guitar work is insane. John Bonham, you know, he's tied with Neil Peart for me for being one of the best drummers of all time. Robert Plant, probably my favorite, like, classic rock vocalist ever. Man, it sounds amazing. There's so many great tracks on here, like Good Times, Bad Times, Dazed and Confused. Oh my fucking god, that song. Then there's Black Mountainside, Communication Breakdown as well. Just so much great stuff on here. It's not my favorite Led Zeppelin album, but it's up there as one of, because this thing actually slaps so hard. It's so nice. It's so good to me. Keeping with the theme of Led Zeppelin, though. Led Zeppelin 4. The big one. This album fucking slaps. I love Led Zeppelin 4. I know people say it's untitled, but this is the 4th self-titled Led Zeppelin album. That album cover as well is fucking amazing.
Well, wasn't the title initially just like the 4 symbols or whatever?
Yeah, it's just the 4 symbols or whatever they were. It was originally just called Untitled as well, but this album is fantastic. Also, I just love a little detail when you open it. You can just see this. Like, You can see
Oh,
the whole view
cool.
of the original picture. And then on the inside here, there's this big thing here, and it's sick. It's
Oh.
so much good art here. It's a great pressing, if you ask me. Then you have this thing here. There's the lyrics to Stairway to Heaven, obviously on the back here as well. But the tracks on here are amazing. You got Black Dog, Rock and Roll, The Battle of Evermore, fucking When the Levee Breaks. I remember the Beastie Boys sampled that on one of their songs, and it was fantastic. And of course, everyone knows Stairway to Heaven.
I don't
Every
know.
dad's favorite
I don't
song.
know if it's a hot take to say this is the best self-titled.
Like of
I think
best,
it's a pretty
Led-
common take.
yeah, no, I didn't say it was a hot take.
Oh
but I
no,
just said,
I can't think of a
my fa-
username. Did.
Oh.
Oh, he said
3?
3. Oh, I thought he meant this. 3?
No.
I mean, that is definitely... Yeah, never mind. That is a hot take.
I mean, like people still love 3, but like I remember like people kind of shat on it when it came out, but like I think the consensus is that 3 is still a really good album, and honestly, it has grown on me. I honestly think it's better than 1 and 2, to be honest.
2 is my personal favorite Zeppelin project. So
I do think I can't remember what the lick was, but it was one of the first ones I tried to learn on electric guitar, and it still slaps. You're
asking the wrong person for song titles. I know the song you mean though. You hummed
that
it well
song.
enough.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. I just have one more before I pass it on to Nostalgia. And, this one is an interesting pressing, might I add. Hyper Magic Mountain by Lightning Bolt. This album, it's very fucking technical noise rock, and noise rock in, like, a sense that you can't understand what the fuck is going on, but it still rips. It's one of my favorite noise rock records ever, if not my favorite. I think the artwork that you can get with it is really sick as well. There's just a lot of really cool shit that you can get for it. A lot of cool designs here that band members made. And there's only 2 of them that did this, and the fact that the guitar is just like...
I didn't know the art was made by the band members.
Yeah, it was made by the band members, and there's only 2 band members. One of them is the drummer, and the other one's the fucking bassist. And the bassist has 6 guitar strings, and one of them is a fucking banjo string. Not even kidding. But where the big thing lies, boom, red pressing.
Oh, I love how the label blends in with the pressing on that side.
Oh, there's a reason, because there's lots of... You can't really see it on camera. You'll probably see it when you come over here, like during the week.
Oh shit! Like, yeah, I'll be at your house. I'll be at your gaff.
Yeah, you'll be at my gaff, and you'll see all like the etched like stuff that's in the back. It's so sick. That's pretty much what's...
Are you guys jealous? I'm gonna see the MickyT gaff, the MickyT.
You're going to see
studio live in person.
Total. I love the FNAF song.
Also, yeah, Immigrant Song is fucking top tier. Zeppelin.
That track is fucking insane. Alright, what's next?
It's one of mine. An album that I thought you might have had. Came out last year, and it's by Little Sims. Sometimes I might be introvert.
I didn't think of getting it. I should.
My god, Simbi is one of I think she's up there in like the top 5 rappers in doing it right now. She really just, I mean, she definitely put her name on the map with Grey Area. That was a fantastic album. A lot of people were really like, alright, Sims has something going on. But with Sometimes I Might Be Introvert, she really fucking brought things to just new heights. It's the inner art. I'll just show it off. Kinda neat. Yeah, this project's amazing. One of the best albums released last year. And I have it on a coloured vinyl. See-through pressing.
A bit too late for me, but I'll see it in a sec.
It's on see-through pressing, you know what that looks like.
But I haven't seen the inner sleeve.
But yeah, in incredible album, and also Inflow's production on this thing is amazing. I have a feeling like 5 years from now he's gonna be or they're gonna be, I don't know, gender wise. I don't know anything about Inflow other than they produced this project. But they're gonna have to be a household name if they can fucking pull this off. It's incredible. Sims is really doing her own unique thing in the hip hop game. Like, a lot of these songs are just so meticulously crafted, and the orchestral instrumentation almost at times reminds me of kind of some sort of like a modern twist on an old Disney classic. Simbi's bars and her flow, amazing. She really is the full package, the real thing when it comes to hip hop. And also a really cool album cover. Fucking, I love the sleek colors. Her hair looks fucking sick. Her outfit looks sick. Great cover.
Yeah. Alright, I need to get that on vinyl. I've been slacking on it. I need to. Right, hold up. Next up. A record that we both have. Salad Days from Mac DeMarco. And this is my personal favorite Mac DeMarco album.
Second favorite for me.
I know your favorite is This Old Dog, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's one that you have, I don't have on vinyl.
Yeah, so yeah, Salad Days, it's my favorite one. I think it's his most consistent album. And I know, like, it's basically, like, two. But, to be honest, doesn't really bother me because I think the songs in this are amazing. I love so much about it. I think Blue Boy is amazing. I love Treat Her Better. I think Chamber of Reflection is fucking S-tier Mac DeMarco. So much of this is S-tier Mac DeMarco in my opinion. And it's a track that, I mean, it's an album that I just put on and just to cheer me up, to be honest, because like this is a very cheery album. It's a very feel-good album. I really enjoy it. And it's one of those go-to records I'll put on if I just want to like just sit back and just have a good time because I think it's great. I love it. It's one of my... It's I know a few songs from this and from two are going to be played in party mix. So let's just say that because like fuck yeah, I love Mac DeMarco. I love this album. It's my favorite Mac DeMarco one. And yeah, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, this album is another one that I got at a concert after seeing Mac DeMarco live. There is I've told the story before. Anyone who is a member of the TCT cassette tape Discord has seen a picture of me with Mark holding this exact copy of the album. I met him outside of a bar in Dublin. A few hours after a show, we went to get some MickyT's, and on our way back, looking for the car, we came across Mac drinking outside a pub. I took a picture of him with this project, so yeah, it's a special one. Mac has personally seen this album with his own two eyes. So yeah, great album. My second favourite Mac DeMarco album, but I think it is, all around albums. When it comes to Mac DeMarco's discography, it just has everything that Mac DeMarco is and stands for.
Alright, next up, I have another Mac DeMarco album.
My favorite one.
I have This Old Dog, straight up folk record. Well, indie folk record, I'd say. And yeah, this album is great. It's probably Mac DeMarco's.
But then On the Level isn't really indie folk, is it?
I mean, true, but I mean, most of it's whatever. Yeah, but this album. This album is great. It's very feel good. There's a lot of very personal lyrics and stuff like that. It's really sick. I like it. And yeah, generally speaking, yeah, it's a really great album. I like it. And yeah, it's really good.
I do not care much for Korn. Freak on a Leash is a decent song.
Or Korn suck, but Freak on a Leash is good.
And yes, he did smell very nice. He smelled very fruity, like peaches. Even though he was probably after smoking like 20 packs of fags and drinking 70 pints of beer, he still smelled lovely and delightful.
Yeah.
he was a really nice guy. Took his time out from drinking with his friends to say hi to us and have a little chat. So yeah. Thank you, Mac.
Yeah. Alright, what's next?
I don't know how the list open. It's me.
Like...
It's me. We're keeping next. On the track of we're keeping on the topic of Mac DeMarco. An album that is overhated in my opinion, underrated even. Here Comes the Cowboy his most recent album, which, sure, some of the tracks on here are kind of like, alright, I think you're kind of running out of ideas, Mac. Sure. But, dude, this has some fantastic fucking tracks. Yeah, and through, I think it is a very solid addition to his catalogue. Fun fact, the album cover, it's actually a pin, as you can see at the back. So, yeah, you can see the metal parts of the pin. But yeah, no, this album is really good.
Sick.
It was on Record Hub for like €13. Had to buy it, because it's got plenty of good songs on it, and it gets too much hate, and I just don't see why. Sure, like the title track or something like that, it's just like goofy and it's like whatever. Clearly he was just really having a good time on it without really paying much attention as to whether or not the material was that good when it comes to, you know, songs like that. But so many tracks on this album are just like top tier Mac DeMarco, and sure, you can write off some moments from this album, but it just makes no sense to me why a lot of people seem to write this entire album off. It's really good.
Heart to Heart is one of my favorite Mac DeMarco songs.
Heart to Heart is fucking incredible. Nobody is amazing. Finally Alone is incredible. Choo Choo is a fucking good time. I don't care what anyone says.
Don't like Choo Choo.
Little Dog's March is also a really good song. Choo Choo is fucking goofy, but it's so much fun.
It just sounds like a shit Gorilla song, in my opinion.
But yeah, I really like this album. I think it deserves a little bit more respect. It's no This Old Dog, it's no Salad Days, but it is a good album with some quality moments. Two more of yours, Mick.
Alright, so next up, Mac Miller's Swimming. This is one of the first 10 albums that I ever got actually on vinyl, and Swimming I think it's a great album. Fantano was on crack for giving it a fucking 3.
Yeah, I know, they're very egregious fucking Fantano.
It's honestly his worst review in my opinion. So yeah, that mind though, I still really love Swimming. I love the production. I love the neo soul aspects of it. Lyrically, I think that it's fantastic. I know it would be like the sequel to this album, the Posthumous Circles, would definitely improve on it. On what I was doing, but this album I think is fantastic. I love a lot of the tracks on here. I think that just generally just the message behind it, and just a lot of the production and the songs on here just I think are great. I think I love tracks like Come Back to Earth. I love Hurt Feelings. I love Self Care. I love Wings and Ladders. I love Jet Fuel. 2009 is amazing as well. And I need to get Circles, but I think Swimming it's a great album. I definitely need to delve further into Mac Miller's discography, but I think that Swimming is great. And you know, with that in mind, rest in peace to Mac DeMarco. Not Mac DeMarco, Mac Miller.
From one Mac to another.
And from one Mac to another. Actually, I think I remember seeing footage of Mac DeMarco, Mac Miller, and Thundercats all jamming in the studio, which was very nice, very wholesome. Another one from me.
Best Mac Miller piece of media, though, as much as I love Circles, is his NPR Tiny Desk concert, though.
His Tiny Desk concert is great. That's great.
That's probably like the top 10 Tiny Desk concerts, AOTY. It was just you could just tell how fucking much fun everyone there was having.
Yeah.
It was so good.
Yeah. We'll move on to the next album. One that I actually loaned Nostalgia ages ago, and I didn't get it back until after
you loaned it to me in college, and I was supposed to give it back the next week, but that same week, college was fucking done because of COVID.
Yeah, because of COVID.
So
I didn't get it back until like a year or so later, and that's fine. I'm fine with that because that album is Mad Villainy, Mad Villain, MF Doom, and Madlib. And I hope you enjoyed this shit out of this vinyl. You got it. Of course you did. Yeah. What more can be said about Mad Villainy that hasn't been said already? It's one of those unique hip hop records ever made for its time. Madlib's production is insane. The sampling is unique. It's incredible. Um, excuse me. MF Doom's rapping is insane on this. Excuse me again. MF Doom single-handedly proves that like he's one of the best MCs to ever do it on this. And a part of me prefers Food. This is just as good. It's a 10. For fuck's sake. It's amazing. And there's just so many iconic tracks on here. So many amazing tracks like Accordion, Meat Grinder, Raid. Let's see. Operation Lifesaver's fucking underrated in the track list. Fancy Clown is amazing. Rhinestone Cowboy is class. There's just so much love about this. I think like some of Madlib's best production is easily on this album. It's the best produced Madlib like project ever, and MF Doom just sounds so great over it. And yeah, what more needs to be said? It's an essential hip hop album, and one of the most well, it's just one of the best. It's one of the best albums ever to be done by one of the greatest rappers ever. So, of course, again, rest in peace to MF Doom.
Yeah. I need to talk to the list. The list needs to tell me what's next. Okay, yep. Another recent album came out in 2021, last year actually. Madhu Mokhtar, A Freak Victime. This album is fucking kick-ass. If you don't know about Madhu Mokhtar, he is a guitarist slash singer-songwriter from Niger.
Niger.
That's French. I think it's Niger in English.
I'm pretty sure I've seen like people pronounce it as Niger, like properly.
The thing that confused me most is people from Niger are Nigerian, as are people from Nigeria. I think a lot of people say Nigerois, French term. Anyways, he saw a live show, someone playing a guitar live when he was a kid, and obviously Niger, one of the most poor countries in Africa, just in the middle of the Sahara Desert, and you know there's not a lot of opportunities from artists from a lot of these countries to really shine on the international stage, which is fucking depressing when you hear something like this. But anyways, Mamadou, which is the lead singer, Mamadou Souleymane, he was at a live show and he saw someone playing the guitar and he saw how happy everyone in the crowd was, and he went home that day and he asked his parents for a guitar, but he said they didn't let him have a guitar. Obviously probably would have been quite an expensive purchase, so he made one himself from like the strings that on like a bike brake and just a bunch of wooden boards. He made a guitar himself, and he learned his own DIY guitar. And when you listen to the guitar work on this project, that fact becomes astonishing, because he is such a one-of-a-kind guitarist. His style is just so technically impressive, yet so just full of emotion and just so unique, so quirky, so out there. And this project really is incredible. It is just pure psychedelic rock goodness. Some of the most technically impressive psychedelic rock I've ever heard, just coming from the heart of the Sahara Desert. I'm glad that this album, you know, is gained the attention it did. I'm really happy that, you know, Matador has decided to pick up Mamadou, but you know, really check out Madhu Mokhtar, because he is a one-of-a-kind guitarist, and he's just, from every interview, everything I've seen about the guy, he's just such a pure soul. He absolutely loves music more so than anything. He's just ecstatic about the fact that he's able to just make people happy with his art. And when his art is this magnificent, it's really hard not to love. It's on a really cool, sleek, like purple vinyl as well, which I think works really well with the album. And yeah, it's an absolute gem, and I think Madhu Mokhtar is one of the most exciting bands around. So yeah, shout out.
Nice. Alright, so next I have a trilogy of albums, all by the same band, actually. And of course, they're probably the biggest metal band in history, probably. And of course, talking about Metallica. And all the albums that I own are from their 80s output. Wouldn't dare touch their 90s stuff instead of other than the Black Album. But yeah, I have the trilogy. I have a trilogy of Metallica albums. I have
Which I don't have, so Mick's just gonna be taken over for a bit.
yeah. These are all mine. So yeah, this is the most recent. I got this around Christmas, and I wanted this one for a long time. I love Ride the Lightning. It's one of my favorite Metallica albums. It's my second favorite.
My personal favorite.
And, yeah, good. And generally just a very fucking infectious, just very, not even just infectious, just like very meticulous as well, just like dynamic thrash album that has some fiery riffs, incredible like song structures, like everything about it is just amazing. Like there's some fantastic stuff in there, like Fight Fire with Fire, Ride the Lightning, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Fade to Black. Fade to Black is like one of the most powerful metal songs ever made.
Best Metallica
Trapped Under Ice
song.
Yeah. Trapped Under Ice is class as well. Call of Cthulhu is a great instrumental stuff. Creeping Death is great as well. And yeah, pretty much like this album is like it's pretty much the first Metallica album that's like amazing in my opinion. It's my second favorite by them, but my favorite one is the one that I'm actually going to be talking about next, which is Master of Puppets. This thing is a fucking beast of an album. I love this thing. Basically, it's not too dissimilar from Ride the Lightning, but for me, it's just so. I feel like it's just better on the fact that I just think it's a masterpiece. Like, there's just so many incredible Metallica songs on here. Some of my favorites Metallica songs are on here. Some of the best riffs of all time are on this album, and just generally speaking, it's just such a fucking behemoth of an album. There's so much to love about this. I love Battery. I love Master of Puppets. The Thing That Should Not Be is the most underrated song on this album, and I fucking love it. I love Welcome Home Sanitarium. Disposable Heroes is fantastic. Orion is transcendental music. Damage Inc. is incredible as well. Leper Messiah is amazing as well. The whole album is amazing in my opinion. And this would also be the last album with bassist Cliff Burton, who unfortunately passed away the same year that this came out. And I will bring us up to the next album, actually. Since the next album is And Justice for All. Famously the album that has no fucking bass on it. And, for the amount of shit that this album gets production-wise, I still think it makes up for it with, like, just incredible, like, song structures and riffs and shit like that. Like, for me, One is my favorite Metallica song. It's the song that got me into Metallica. It's the first one I ever heard. And it's still just such a fucking raw, powerful song that still gets me. And I fucking love a lot of tracks on here. It kind of borders on prog metal in a way, except not really. It's weird in that sense. I like it. There's a lot of interesting stuff that goes into some of the time signatures and some of the compositions on here that makes me think so. A few dodgy production stuff here and there, but honestly, I think this album's great. It's fantastic. I love One. I love Blackened. I love And Justice for All. I love The Shortest Straw. Harvester of Sorrow is incredible. And the Frayed End. I do like the Frayed Ends of Sanity, but the fucking Viking chants just are so funny.
I thought it was fucking goofy and dumb, but then I watched what's it called? That one famous movie that's one of the most fucking famous films of all time that I definitely know the name of, but my brain is just.
Wait, what was it about?
Wait, hold up.
What?
How?
What?
No, I'm not gonna let you say the name because I am so angry at myself. How is my brain this slow?
Well, what is it? Dude, talk to me.
I'm having a fuck. I think I've listened to the Caretaker too much. What the fuck? How am I forgetting?
What's the movie about?
I can't let you tell me because then I'll feel even dumber.
No, just tell me. Just tell me, and I won't tell you.
There's a character called Dorothy, and
Dorothy.
a scarecrow and a lion.
How do you not?
Dude,
what?
I forget. No, It's just dude. I've had too much whiskey. I
Man, how do you not know this? How do you not know this?
It's the Wizard of Oz.
How the fuck did you not know this?
I was like, it's the something of something.
How do you not know this,
No,
man?
I do know this. It's just brain moment.
What the fuck is...
Your brain doesn't stop growing until you're 30 or something. I'm only 21, so I have 9 more years to go. Anyways, I watched The Wizard of Oz and saw where that sample came from, and immediately I was like, oh, that's sick. So there you go.
Alright, so you're next up. I'm done talking about Metallica.
Yeah. Back to jazz. Back to first Miles Davis project. Actually, we're talking about, not back to Miles Davis. Yeah, kind of blue. Maybe his like 10th album. I don't know. He was already releasing music for a solid decade at this point. But this is really the one that people look back at and someone's in Toto. Just a Toto in chat. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't know the title. It's just that it was at the. It's just my brain has a limited capacity, and I've just overworked it today. And also, I've been drinking a lot. This was filled with whiskey coke, and now it's almost done. But yeah,
if
Miles.
You want to destroy sweater.
But yeah, it just.
I thought I heard you say undone. You said undone, right?
No.
Okay, now that joke is fucking stupid. Okay.
Yeah, I was just like, what? All right, we's are funny, I guess. But
We's
no,
are the funny.
Kind of Blue is still so highly regarded by everyone. It's still such an iconic album, and for good reason. I mean, the personnel that Miles, assembled for this album is incredible. Obviously, you get Miles Davis on trumpet, the greatest trumpeter of all time, in my opinion. You get Cannonball Adderley on the saxophone. Fucking one of the most underrated. Well, underrated is harsh. He's incredible. You got Paul Chambers, James Cobb, John Coltrane, Bill Evans on piano,
on it.
Wynton Kelly. The lineup on this is like a fucking almost like a super group of just jazz legends on this one project, and what they create is just one of the most just perfect, smooth, cool jazz records of all time. This album is just, every track on here is memorable. The compositions are just brilliantly assembled to just be lush. They obviously show off plenty of technical skill, but what's more impressive than just, there's no like real standout like solos or anything. There is some, but what really stands out is just how the instrumentation from every single artist just blends together into one. It really, a lot of these songs are just a masterclass in playing as a band rather than, individual artists trying to outshine each other. It's just an incredible album, and it's my second favorite album of the 1950s. It's one of the best jazz albums of all time, and it's my favorite Miles Davis album from the 20 or so that I've heard. Yeah, fantastic project.
Yeah. From one Miles Davis record to another, I'm going to show the one that I have. In a Silent Way. And this was the album that saw Miles get into his more like kind of jazz rock kind of sound, and get into his more weird kind of like weirdly ambient side of his music. And this album is so interesting. There's like a 30-minute piece on here that is just pure bliss, and I absolutely love it. There's just so much to love about this thing. I think that the compositions are fantastic. Playing is great. I think that this pretty much acts as a precursor to Bitches Brew in a way. And it's probably the best precursor to Bitches Brew that you could get. And it's just fantastic. Miles sounds fantastic on trumpet. But actually, one thing here I need to mention. John McLaughlin, the guitarist on here, is fantastic. Made some of these tracks, made some of the sections on here, and they're insane. It's honestly incredible how ahead of his time Miles Davis was, especially when into his more jazz rock kind of sound, and just only goes to show how great his stuff was and how revolutionary he was. So, yeah, one Miles Davis record to another to you.
Yeah, more Miles Davis on the way. We got his 1970 project, Bitches Brew.
Ooh.
And an album that really I have to thank for getting me into jazz. Along with like a few others, like the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack, which talk about more later, and Bad Bad Not Good's first two albums. This was just such an experience the first time I listened to this, and you know the compositions on this are just large and so winding and so twisted and just incredibly complex. It's one of the best jazz fusion albums of all time. And just I still remember listening to this for the first time and just being so mesmerized and like the music taking me on such a journey. It was really unlike anything I heard at the time, and I was hooked on jazz ever since. I immediately understood its appeal. But yeah, this album is absolutely fantastic. I will showcase kind of the cover because Mick, I did lend you this project at the time. You got to witness the fucking beauty of it. Oh God, it looks good when it's all put together. It's like a fucking beautiful yin and yang almost. It's magnificent. The backside of this album is like all spacey and dark, and then the front side, it's like so serene. Yeah, it just the album art is incredible. I don't think the front side, the image that everyone immediately sees when they think of this album does it justice. I think both sides are incredible. But yeah, this album's incredible. I've said incredible.
Yeah, I agree. I agree though. The album is incredible. It's fantastic. You're still going?
Yeah, I have to put it back in the sleeve, mate.
Right, mate. Right, cunt.
Mate. All right.
Right, cunt.
God, it's
whatever you say.
A little bit of a thick one, so it's taken a long time to put in the sleeve. Oh God, me and Mick are both good vinyl owners. We have everything in sleeves, 2 layers of sleeves, even inner sleeves, outer sleeves. Yeah.
We're always certain that we want to protect our records so that you can witness us talking about them.
Yeah. All right. The fucking bed is... Mine and my girlfriend's bed is covered in fucking records right now. I apologize.
I have a box here that I put my stuff in, and I get the stacks and put them off the shelf.
Alright, next up we have Modest Mouse, The Moon, and Antarctica. One of my favorite albums of all time, a top 5 of all time for me. Easily my favorite Modest Mouse album. The cover, unfortunately, is fucking absolute dog vomit. But you know what? The back looks a little cooler. It's like a green field with a fucking plain purple sky. It's really fucking trippy. Unfortunately, you know, not every cover is made equal. Some are just downright bad. But the music here is incredible. I think this album really does mean a lot to me. It was an album that was a constant feature of my teenage years. This was on... I listened to this album pretty much on like a weekly, sometimes daily basis growing up. A lot of the tracks on this album just really represent moments in my life. And it's just, I think, the most well-written Modest Mouse album. The most just memorable Modest Mouse album, the best produced Modest Mouse album. Third Planet is my favorite Modest Mouse song. It's got, I think every track on here just hits really hard and just reminds me of the good old days, so to say. But yeah, this is probably one of the best alt rock albums of all time, one of the best indie rock albums of all time, and yeah, absolute masterpiece. Next we have an album that I spun once. I bought in 2017, might I add. I spun once. I have not spun since. because I don't want to ruin my week. It's
Yeah.
Mount Erie's A Crow Looked at Me. Obviously, one of the darkest, most depressing, most bleak albums of all time. Released in the months following the death of Phil's ex-wife, Genevieve. The opening track, Real Death, was even written and performed in the days after her death. The back picture is a picture of Phil standing with his not infant, but very young daughter. It is a punch in the gut. There are a lot of albums about death, about loss, about just sadness in general, are kind of metaphoric in a way. The themes, the feelings, the emotions are kind of portrayed in like a very artistic light. Look at something like Lazarus, or even all of Black Star by David Bowie, all very artistic, very full of metaphors. This fucking is the exact opposite. This is just, Phil was fucking sad. He was heartbroken. He was broken in general as a man. He wasn't able to write poetry. And in his own words, when real death enters the house, all poetry is dumb. This is just bleak. This is just Phil venting his just honest emotions. He doesn't feel any sort of optimism. He doesn't see a silver lining. He doesn't feel like making any metaphors. He is broken, he is shattered, he is in pieces. And he is using songwriting and music as an outlet to represent that. And it just is too fucking depressing for me to spin ever again. I heard it once. I was broken for a week. I saw that it was on vinyl, so I bought it to support Phil. After it came, obviously I spun it again, and I have not spun it since. But it is an incredible album, and I think everyone should listen to it at least once, because probably the saddest album of all time, and I can't really think of much else that would compare. Next up,
I agree 100% actually. I haven't gone back to it since the second time
but
I've
I'm
heard
sure
it.
you acknowledge that it's an incredible album.
It is an incredible album, but it's just Jesus fucking Christ! I don't want to get in a depressive rut for the next week or so because of that album. Man, it's heartbreaking.
Well, let's lighten the mood. Next we have an album we both have. Yeah, I get to talk about it. Come on,
you get to take the floor for this one. Dave.
It's my favorite album of all time. It's by Bloody Valentine's, Loveless. Jesus Christ, this album has. It was really the first album I've ever heard that kind of made me understand kind of that the limits to what music could be were kind of out of my understanding at that time. Probably the most out there thing I had ever heard was maybe something like Car Seat Headrest, and I was like, whoa, music could be lo-fi and also good. Whoa, the quality doesn't have to be good. Damn. This album, I remember I was on Moo a lot, trying to find recs. But a lot of them I would just not listen to. But then I'd be like, oh, a David Bowie album, I can listen to that. That's safe enough. This one was just brought up constantly in every fucking conversation on Moo. Everyone on there was treating this like the fucking holy Bible. So I was like, right, I'm doing my fucking shit English homework. I'll put this record on. I'll see what the fucking hype's about. I didn't do much homework. I'll tell you that much. Several minutes later, I was in bed, fucking transcending. At the time, I didn't really understand what I was fucking hearing. Even, now I understand that it is a lot of really clever guitar work, masked in layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers of effects and pedals. But Jesus Christ, it just took me on a journey. And every track on here I think is perfect. I think it has even fucking something like Loomer is a 10 out of 10 in my opinion. When You Sleep is fucking hauntingly beautiful. It's just an album that I think speaks for itself when you listen to it. It is the quintessential shoegaze album, shoegaze being my favorite genre of music. Well, one of. And yeah, it's regarded as one of the best albums of all time for a reason, I think. Because I feel like the experience that I had with this album is far from unique to me. Welcome, Philip. You're
very early indeed. We're only starting early.
Yeah, you're 3 hours late, but to be fair, we still have a fair bit to go. So, no, this album is fucking incredible. It means so much to me. The best Irish album of all time as well. But I mean, given it's my favorite album of all time, I guess it means nothing. Yeah, it's absolutely fucking fantastic. I could talk all day, but I'll give you the floor for a bit. I don't want to go too crazy.
Okay.
Actually,
right, next up.
I will mention something now that I think about it.
Yeah.
I seen this album everywhere on Moo, but obviously it wasn't. I read a lot of the opinions on Moo in regards to music, but anything that I wasn't too familiar with, I was just scared to check out. Maybe I think I listened to Trout Mask Replica and that might have traumatized me, so that's probably why. But I got one of those 1001 albums you should hear before you die, and I saw that this was in there, and that's when I was finally like, okay, it's in an actual book and it's on Moo. It must be good. I think that's what now that I think about it, that's what finally brought me into listening to this. That book was a fucking big part of getting me into music as well. It was a fucking great book.
Yeah. Right, you pretty much said it. Right, so
you can talk about this one in return.
All right, sure. All right, next up we have Illmatic by Nas, the iconic debut from Nas, and one of the most definitive hip hop records ever made. It's one of the most definitive boom bap records ever, and just generally speaking, it's a moment where like multiple producers came together to work on this one album for this one dude who spit bars like it was fucking nothing to him. Lyricism on this thing is fucking fantastic. Like how old was Nas when he made this?
19, I believe.
A 19-year-old made this fucking album and made such a huge impact on hip hop as a whole. Like that is incredible. It's insane. And fucking damn, like there's so many great tracks on this thing. Like, come on. The Genesis, not the Genesis, New York State of Mind is incredible. Life's a Bitch is incredible. The World Is Yours is incredible. Pretty much every song. One Love is fucking incredible. One of the best songs on this album, easily. And, it's just fantastic. So many, great names came together for this. Like, Pete Rock and, Pete Rock, Q-Tip, DJ Premier, so many great minds came together for this, and the alt cover is class. This is the 20th anniversary edition.
I also do have the alt cover. I will, however, say I kind of wish I didn't. I do really love the original cover, and I'm sad that you don't get to see the street landscape in the background. So if
honestly,
anyone,
I prefer this one to the original.
If anyone's willing to swap their original cover of Illmatic for the alt cover, I would happily. But it's still neat. It's whatever.
Alright, you have a bunch of them next up. You want to try a speed run?
A few of mine, yeah. Alright, first off, The National, Sleep Well Beast. A very, very underrated record. I feel like there was a fair bit of hype behind it in 2017, I want to say, when it released. And it just kind of died off pretty quick. But this album's fucking insane. It's absolutely incredible. It's got some songs that I come back to regularly. Guitar work on this thing is just so damn unique. And it has a very nocturnal kind of... it kind of sounds like a come down from a fucking night out or something. And just kind of... It's also on really sick white vinyl. You'll see it on screen in a sec. But yeah, this album's incredible. The cover is incredible, and a lot of people have kind of forgotten about this project, and I think they should re-listen and reignite their passion for it, because I remember it was getting a lot of hype in 2017. I don't see none of that anymore. This album's fantastic. I'll put it back in the sleeve and we'll move on.
Oh, the fucking. Oh, the sleeve. The disc is so good. The white disc is nice.
All right.
Here's all the vinyl that you have. Yeah, because you're broke, Phil. You're broke.
Yeah, broke.
Get money. Get money.
Yo, get a job. Challenge.
Get a job challenge.
Put this record in the sleep challenge. It's another thick boy. It's not going in too easy.
Man.
Alright, there we go. There we go.
Alright. Speed run.
Speed runs is postponed.
Damn it. Fuck.
Alright.
Shit.
Next up, we have a fucking classic. In the Airplane Over the Sea. God, is there anything I can say about this album that everyone on Earth, all 7 billion people, haven't already said? It is a lo-fi funk album. It's one of the fucking darkest, and just most, what's the word? It's authentic. It doesn't try to be anything it isn't. It's so open in its lyricism, even though the themes are sometimes quite bizarre and strange. It embraces that and it really explores that. And yeah, it's one of the most highly regarded albums of all time for a reason. I, like many people, absolutely love it. I know it's become a bit of a meme online in the last 2 decades. And I don't think that should get in the way of people enjoying it. And I feel like there are some people who do write it off as a bit of a haha meme, semen on mountaintops, haha. But I think most people still understand and appreciate its significance, its importance, and its quality. It is one of the best albums of all time. It's probably in my top 10 of all time. Next up we have, remember when I said that I got Joy Division's Unknown Pleasure as my first album of all time, but I got it at the same day as I got a different album. This was my other first record I ever bought, Nirvana's In Utero, my personal favourite Nirvana album. And it's a fantastic 90s record, I think. I mean, I love Nevermind. But I think In Utero really stepped things up a notch in terms of rawness. And I think that's what really put Nirvana on a map in the first place. Just their raw, sheer energy, their anger. I think this track listing is overall a little more consistent, a little more memorable than Nevermind. And while I appreciate the more almost poppy nature of Nevermind, I still think, tracks like Scentless Apprentice, Our Word Me, Francis Farmer Will Have Our Revenge on, Seattle, and then the back end of this album, which is just absolute fucking just intense. Radio Friendly, Unit Shifter, and Tourette's are just fucking so in your face, just unlike anything on Nevermind. Followed by what is probably the most somber and just feel good and beautiful Nirvana song as the closer, All Apologies. This record is just so well rounded. It's fantastic. It's the boys at their best. Rest in peace to Kurt Cobain.
Rest in peace.
Don't
forget Heart Shaped Box.
Heart Shaped Box is an obvious one, yeah.
Yeah.
Then we have boom NWA. I really need to check out a lot more 80s rap. It really is the decade that kind of swung things. Really began to. I know rap originated from the 70s. I think a lot of the ideas and the more all of the ideas and stuff that kind of came known to the public really originated with the 80s, in the 80s rather. And I think this is kind of the real mainstream, at least, origin of gangster rap. And rap being a little more than just let's boogie, hip hop, heavy to the hip hop, you don't stop to rock it. It certainly had an edge, and it was certainly bringing forward a political message in a more in-your-face way than it's ever been before in rap. I'm not going to tell you that, Philip. I think if you Google it, it should come up.
Oh wait, what'd you say there?
Philip doesn't know what NWA stands for, but you can easily look it up. And I mean the tracks on here are classics. Obviously, you have Straight Outta Compton, you have Fuck the Police, which is Unfortunately, just as fucking relevant today as it ever was.
Yep.
Express Yourself is just such a cool, breezy, feel-good track. This album all around, it's a fucking classic. And, you know, Ice Cube, Dre, Eazy, Yella.
Yeah.
All are fucking absolute icons.
Yeah,
Next,
exactly.
We're moving into...
Wait. Before we move on, I definitely need to get into more 80s rap as well. But if there's one album you need to listen to from the 80s, it should definitely be Paid in Full by Eric B. and Rakim. Mm-hmm. You should definitely give that shit a listen.
Also, it's 3 Feet High and Rising, 80s, or is it early 90s? I think it's 80s, right?
Who's that by again?
De La Soul.
I still need to listen to that. I've
listened to a lot of tracks on a project and absolutely adore all of them.
I think I need to listen to De La Soul. I also need to listen to Slick Rick. Slick Rick is apparently great as well.
No, Philip,
okay,
no.
I wonder where he is in time. Phil, just say it in chat. Just say it in chat.
You say it, pussy.
Say it if you're brave enough.
Yeah, there you go.
Go on, Phil.
We're not fucking... Don't put the burden on us, say.
Okay, let's just...
Alright, next up we have there's 3 albums from a specific band, and we both happen to have those exact 3 albums by that band. And I just put one of them away somewhere.
Yeah.
And I forgot where I put it.
Okay, I'll take the floor for this one. So, first one. Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. Probably the most iconic Pink Floyd album. It is the iconic
cover of all time as well.
Yeah, most iconic album cover of all time. This album is just, for its time, it was huge. It was it was incredible. It's still an incredible album. And I remember when I got this specific album. I think it was for my 19th birthday. Was it my 19th? It was probably my 20th. No, it was my 19th. Never mind. Yeah, my dad got it for me for my 19th birthday, and yeah, safe to say that we both love this album. It's got some of my favorite Pink Floyd songs on it. It's just generally one of the coolest fucking albums like imaginable, and yeah, I mean, like, there's just so like it's just transcendental music. If you don't transcend to this, something is up with you. Seek help.
I mean,
but on the real though, fucking yeah, this is a great album. It's not my favorite Pink Floyd album. That is reserved for one, which I don't own, unfortunately. But yeah, Dark Side of the Moon, it's iconic, and yeah, I'd say it's an essential album to at least listen to once in your lifetime.
Yep. And next up, we have my favorite Pink Floyd album. Pretty much a gift from you. Yeah, you gave me the gift card for a record for my birthday, and this is the album of choice.
I told you to buy it.
Yeah. Animals. Wow,
look at that pig go.
Just what an album. The compositions, I think, are the most impressive. Tied with Dark Side of the Moon is the most impressive. The topics are the topics and the themes politically of this project and socially of this project are timeless, let's be honest. And you know, the inspiration, obviously it takes a lot of inspiration from Animal Farm, the novella, and it really translates the meaning and the themes behind that book into music perfectly. It's a fantastic album. It's just got some of the best compositions and songwriting Pink Floyd have ever... The best compositions and songwriting, in my opinion, Pink Floyd have ever brought forward. And yeah, it's wonderful. It's a great album.
Okay, we're gonna move on to another Pink Floyd album, and that is The Wall. Another one of the most famous Pink Floyd albums. This is famously one of the first rock opera albums properly to be a concept album, and yeah, generally speaking, this was one of my favorites at one point. I mean, it still is one of my favorites. I still love this record, but I suppose I still prefer "Wish You Were Here" and "Dark Side of the Moon." And yeah, The Wall. It's I think that it's written well. I love the storyline. I think that it has. I do like what it has to say, and just generally, I think it's written well. I know this is pretty much the album that kind of destroyed Pink Floyd because thereafter, Roger Waters had a bit of an ego trip, and yeah, like I think this album is. I think it's fantastic. I love a lot of songs in here. There's definitely a lot of songs that don't really work outside of the context of it as an album. But honestly, I can kind of forgive that because I love the album. I think that it's fantastic, and a lot of it's diverse enough with what it tries to do. But there's just so many amazing songs on here. Like "Comfortably Numb" comes to mind, and obviously "Another Brick in the Wall" Part 2 is another one. But there's a lot on here, and it's a lot to take in, and I genuinely think that it's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great album. It was one of the first records I bought. It might have been the third, and at that point, it would have been my second favorite Pink Floyd album. But as I kind of dive deeper into the band, it's kind of a little grown off me a little bit. But you know, it's still an iconic album with some incredible moments. It's just kind of unfortunate that it was kind of made better by an individual called Doug Walker. He kind of just...
Oh, no, shut up, please.
I won't continue. Alright. Oi. Alright. Next we have... Let's find where I am there. Where am I? Yep. Okay. Another Irish band. The Pogues. Famous... Most notably for creating the greatest Christmas song of all time, and one that I look forward to every holiday season, Fairy Tale in New York. But the rest of this album is kind of unlike that track. It is just a very in-your-face, bombastic, and just fun, all-around fun Celtic punk album. It's got a lot of more somber moments that kind of are akin to Fairy Tale in New York, but most of this album is just in-your-face. Very traditional Irish inspired Celtic punk, as I said. You know, it's a fun time. It's a good old time. I think everyone should check this project out if they haven't already, because it definitely is probably the best that the Celtic punk genre has to offer.
Yeah, I should definitely give it a listen at some point. I need to get into more Celtic punk in general.
You're next for 3 albums.
Alright, for 3 albums, I can only show 2 more before I have to get the last stack. And, yeah, what I want to mention here is Beer Bongs and Bentleys from Post Malone. And Post Malone is... You know, I have fond memories of listening to Post Malone's music, especially from Stoney and this album here. I love the alternative cover. I think it's sick. I love how kind of glossy the kind of grey sections of it are as well. And... the cool fucking dragon design that you can get here is just pretty fucking sick. And the discs are class. They're see-through discs, as you can see here. Yeah, looks pretty sick if you ask me. Well, excuse me. Yeah, getting. Yeah. Anyways, yeah. It's it comes with I think it comes with a few poster cards as well. But yeah, I do think this album's good. Nothing like mind blowing or anything, but I think it's just a good helping of just tracks that Post Malone makes. Like, I think there's some fantastic. I think there's some of Post Malone's best tracks are on this. I think this is Post Malone's best album anyway. I think Paranoid is a great track. Spoil My Night is really good as well. Zach Codeine is fun. Rockstar is iconic as shit. I love that song still. Psycho is great. Better Now is great. There's just a lot of great stuff here, and you know, not mind blowing, but it's a good album. I still really like Beer Bongs and Bentleys, and that this covers I love this one. I like the cover. It's one of my favorites that I have in my collection.
So about than the actual cover, the main one.
The actual cover is just a fucking CD case, a deal case. Okay, moving on. Last album before I get a new stack is another Queens of the Stone Age album. The one I have here is Like Clockwork, my favorite Queens of the Stone Age album. And Like Clockwork is pretty much just Josh Homme going into more kind of going into more introspective lyricism, going into more deeper topics, but it gets put in a sound palette that's much more expansive than what you'd normally expect in a Queens of the Stone Age album. Like, there's lots of piano on here. It's still very much your typical stoner rock stuff, but it's fantastic. I love a lot of tracks on here. This thing's a fucking 10 for me. I love this thing to bits. It's one of my favorite rock albums ever. I Appear Missing is literally like one of my favorite songs of all time. I love this thing. There's just a lot of catchy, infectious stuff on here, as well as just the very dark and very brooding stuff. Also, you gotta love that the appearances from Elton John, Trent Reznor, and Dave Grohl came back to drum on this as well. He most famously drummed on Songs for the Deaf, which I'll talk about next. But I like this. Stay is still an incredible song. What was that in relation to again? That was in a post. That song is fantastic as well.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyways, yeah, this is great album. Well, perfect album in my opinion. I love a lot about it, and it's my favorite Queens of the Stone Age album. So yeah, with that in mind, let me just go get some more Queens of the Stone Age, or well, just the last stack of albums I have. We'll be back right after this break.
I'll entertain. I'll do a little drawing, I guess. I don't know. I'll draw in fucking paint. Wait, I'll fucking bring up Photoshop. Who am I kidding? Paint is wank. Everyone say fuck paint. Fuck MS Paint in chat. Photoshop does take a bit to open though. I'll do a bit of drawage. Oh, you see the behind the scenes. You're not supposed to see that. Create new. There. That'll do. Alright, let's draw a picture with my fucking mouse. I don't have my drawing tablet plugged in. Let's draw something funny. Brush tool. That's way too thin. That's way too thick. Okay. Oh god, that's...
I'm back.
Oh.
What did you do to me?
I'm drawing a picture.
Are you trying to draw me?
No, I'm doing a funny.
I want to see what you're doing. I want to see what you're trying to draw, man. Come on, man. Just tell me when you're done and I'll move on.
Wait, fuck. I have to rush it, fuck.
Are you trying to draw Lenny?
No, I was just doing a funny.
Who is this man? I can't tell what you're drawing yet. What is this? Is this meant to be me? Is this what this is?
Hardly. Jump scare.
By nostalgia. I'm confused. Is that meant to be me? What is that?
I did a funny.
What? I don't get it. What did you draw?
I was going to take my time, but I didn't realize you'd be so quick.
Oh, nostalgia age 6.
Right, we're quite there.
Okay, next album I have Songs for the Deaf by Queens of the Stone Age. And yeah, Songs for the Deaf is pretty much my favorite album title ever. Because this album pretty much lives up to the title, because this is one of the heaviest rock albums ever, straightforward stoner rock albums. And this thing is just a wild ride. I like the concept behind it, adds a bit of flavor to it. But just there's so many fucking brilliant songs in this thing, so many great riffs, there's so much energy to it. It's nasty at times. And this album has Dave Grohl of Foo Fighters and Nirvana fame drumming on it, and holy fuck, this might be my favorite like drum track album ever, because Dave Grohl is a fucking beast on this thing. It's some of his best work ever. Like, that man is fucking incredible on drums. But like, everything else about it is great. I love the guitar work, love the bass work. Just, it's so wild, it's so unpredictable. I think it's fantastic. And yeah, it's up there. It's my second favorite Queens of the Stone Age album. Like Clockwork is my favorite, but this thing is a fucking wild ride that I would definitely recommend if you want something that's just super fucking just infectious as shit and just fun rock music. So yeah.
Next is an album that we both have.
Yeah.
A band that really needs no introduction.
Oh, I got the wrong one out.
Well, Mick just introduced them.
Okay, so OK Computer by Radiohead.
I have the OK Not OK version. It has all the bonus tracks, which are fucking fantastic, might I add. Specifically Lift, one of the best Radiohead tracks of all time. This thing is also a fucking thick boy. It's probably the thickest record I have, because it is obviously a deluxe version of the project. And
how many discs?
It's, I think, 3 discs. It's on light blue vinyl.
Oh, lucky.
It's lovely. It's beautiful. And all the inner sleeves have very unique art in the theme of OK Computer. I won't showcase them all, but you'll kind of get the gist here. But yeah. It's widely regarded as the best album of all time. It's not my favorite album of all time, but I mean, I can see why it's regarded as that by like great music and such. But yeah, it's my second favorite Radiohead album. Radiohead is my second favorite band, and it's a masterpiece in every sense of the word. And I just, it's such a wild album. I mean, looking at where Radiohead were before this, it's such a leap in a direction where I feel like no band has went before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the best albums of all time, and for good reason.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite albums of all time as well, and simply put, because not only is it a masterpiece in my opinion, but also just this is the album that pretty much got me into music, like other styles of music instead of hip hop. Like, I fondly remember you and Louis sitting me down to listen to this, and thereafter I haven't looked back, and I fucking loved this thing. And I know it's very basic to have this as your favorite like Radiohead album, but at this point I don't care. It means too much to me to put it below. I love everything about this album. I love the production, I love the themes, just the vocals, everything. Like, this thing means so much to me. There's so much to love about it. Some of my favorite Radiohead songs are on this thing. And I think it's fair to say Radiohead were one of my favorite bands. They still are, actually. And OK Computer, it means a lot to me in that regard. And it's insane. It's one of my favorite albums ever. And,
also one of my favorite albums ever. But next I'll move on to another one of my favorite albums ever. The album that followed, OK Computer, Kid A. My personal favorite Radiohead album. And if you think that they, kind of turned things up a notch in terms of experimentation on OK Computer, I mean, considering it was a few years after Pablo Honey, you'd be right. But on this thing, damn, this really kind of got me into experimental music, this project, and still to this day, I think it's one of the most finely executed experimental albums of all time. Every track on here is just so memorable. Obviously, everything in its right place. One of the best album openers of all time. I'm sure you'd agree. Kid A, I think, a song that doesn't get enough credit for just its very just astral and strange and mystical atmospheres. The national anthem is just a fucking banger. How to Disappear Completely, I think, while like on Rate Your Music, it might be like the second best track of all time. I may be wrong. And it's definitely the highest rated Radiohead track, and it's easy to see why again. This track is absolutely fucking haunting. The story behind it equally as just, depressing. Three Fingers, nice little ambient interlude. Optimistic, probably the most accessible track on this album. But it's still a fun time. In Limbo's great. Idiotech is a fucking party rager for the fucking schizophrenic and depressed and the outcasts of the world. Morning Bell, really underrated track. I feel like a lot of people overlook it on this project, but it's still incredible. And my favorite Radiohead track, motion picture soundtrack, closes this album off, and it's the most haunting, dark, depressing, just bleak, hopeless album closer of all time. This project is, I think, Radiohead's finest. It's my third favorite album of all time, and yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah, and that might move on to another Radiohead album, one that we actually both own, and that's In Rainbows. And this is my second favorite Radiohead album, and I think it's safe to say that this is probably the most fun Radiohead album you could say. It's very playful, it's very colorful. It's very much just Radiohead just getting in the studio together and making this just incredible music. And to be honest, they succeeded. It's incredible. I think In Rainbows is it's just got so much earworm likeness to it. It's got so much catchy stuff on it. Got so much just incredible songs, so much transcendental moments, and just all of them just come in the form of tracks like 15 Step, Body Snatchers, Nude, which is just gorgeous, Videotape, All I Need, just Jigsaw falling into place. It's a very playful album. It's very warm. It's very inviting, and it's just really fun. I really enjoy this album. It's my second favorite Radiohead album, and and actually Weird Fishes is my favorite Radiohead song. So there's that.
Yeah, this album, it was one of the first albums I've got, probably in the top 10 again. The first 10, I mean. But it kind of feels like a new album right now because I let my good friend Josh borrow it a while ago, and he let me borrow the next album you're going to reveal in a sec. And that was about 3 years ago. I got this back a month ago. We traded back finally because I moved away far from my hometown, but I got it back, and it's wonderful. It's just as wonderful as ever. It's my third favorite Radiohead album, and yeah, it's brilliant. And
all right.
The album that I did have in my possession for 3 years that I never actually owned was the one you're about to talk about.
Oh yeah, and that album is Rage Against the Machine's self-titled album. And I think I've said this before, but this album cover is my favorite album cover of all time. I fucking love it. It's so raw, so gritty, and it perfectly represents what Rage Against the Machine is, pretty much, what this album is. And I'm a huge Rage Against the Machine fan. I love their work. This album in particular is my favorite of theirs. It's a pioneering album for rap metal. It's pretty much the album that sparked a lot of a lot of debate among music heads as well about just general politics and what was going on at the time, and a lot of it is aged like fine wine. Killing in the Name is probably it's the most popular song off this album, I know, but it's still just as relevant today. There's just so much to love about it musically as well. Tom Morello's very noisy guitar work. You gotta love Tim Comerford's bass work, Brad Wilkes drumming, and
I'll be right back, by the way, so keep talking.
Sorry?
I'll be right back, so work away.
Right, and Zach De La Roca's rapping especially is great on this, and just generally just such a fucking thrill, just a bombastic and in-your-face album, and you gotta love it. It's fantastic, and it's my favorite Rage Against the Machine album. And from one Rage album to the next, we have the Battle of Los Angeles, one I got over Christmas, and this one is their third and final full-length original studio album. The one they came out with after this was a covers album, but this one is great. I love it. Testify is a banger. Guerrilla Radio is a banger. Sleep Now in the Fire is incredible. Born of a Broken Man is gut-wrenching. Born as Ghost is great. Voice of the Voiceless is great. There's just a lot of great tracks on here. A lot of great Rage tracks. Rage Against the Machine in general just made some fucking fantastic stuff in here, and all I need is Evil Empire to make this a complete trilogy of albums. So yeah, this is great. I will say Born of a Broken Man is probably one of the most underrated Rage Against the Machine songs ever. That track is just so gripping. And that's it for Rage. We're just gonna have to wait for Nostalgia. Meanwhile, I'll just put this over here. So if you have anything to ask, chat, just ask away.
Oh, I only just put my headphones on. I forgot that I need those to hear. What's up?
Right. I got through my Rage albums. You're next.
Sick. We have another compilation album. I mean, from an artist who never released a studio album, obviously. We have Robert Johnson's King of the Delta Blues Singers. Robert Johnson, for those of you who don't know, is an absolute blues pioneer. He is he was rather a Delta blues singer-songwriter from the 1930s. You know, a lot of his music was kind of discovered decades later, and he died very young. You know, there's kind of a lot of mystery surrounding his life and death. There's only like 2 photographs that exist of him. You know, and yeah, there's ongoing, I mean, urban legend about how he died after he signed a deal with the devil and met the devil at a crossroads or something. But no, he signed a deal with the devil that's how he learned guitar, and then he met the devil at a crossroads and he died. That's kind of the lore behind Robert Johnson. It's on a see-through red vinyl. Pretty sick, pretty neat. And yeah, I mean, I think he's an artist that a lot of the greats, the guitar greats of, you know, the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and so on, you know, look up to and cite as one of the greats, because he definitely pioneered the guitar in a lot of ways, pioneered the blues, which in turn pioneered rock and roll, with, you know, bands like Led Zeppelin taking, or even Black Sabbath taking heavy inspiration. But yeah, he's an incredible artist, and even in his short career, back in an age where his art wasn't really fully appreciated by the masses until decades later, he really left an impact on song or on music, on guitar work, on everything. You're up next.
I definitely need to give that a listen. So, alright, up next, RTJ4 from Run the Jewels. My favorite Run the Jewels album. And, yeah, this album, it was one of my favorites of 2020 back when it came out. And it's generally, in my opinion, just the most consistent Run the Jewels album. LP and Killer Mike absolutely fucking kill it on that album. The production from LP is incredible. The track, hold on, I'm trying to get the track list up. But I'm trying to remember what it's. I think it was "Walking in the Snow." That track still fucking. That's one of the most relevant tracks like from this album, and holy shit, Killer Mike went off on it. He fucking. You know, I won't get too far into it, but yeah, it comes with a little booklet, has a little thing here. The pressing is hot pink, kind of see-through, and it is a lovely pressing. I haven't spun it in a while, but it's a fucking class album. Some of El Producto's best production. And, you know, LP is one of my favorite producers ever, so, you know, the extreme bias is there. Get in, you fucker. Jesus. I'm very careful with these. You know? Obviously, there's a lyric booklet in here. All the lyrics are in here. If there's anything else, more pictures of LP and Killer Mike in the car. The one on the inside though is probably the best one. Hold up, if I can get it up real quick. This one is just so fucking badass. Fucking love it. So yeah, that's I don't think I have more to add there. It's been a while since I listened to it, but I still think it's a fantastic album. Obviously, my favorite RTJ album. And get in, you fucking... There we go. Yeah, so, overall, banger album.
Next up is maybe my favorite prog album of all time, from one of my favorite bands of all time, Rush, a band that is near and dear to my heart.
Oh man, I need 2112.
Yeah, it's 2112. And Neil Peart is such a, you know, inspiration for me as a drummer. He really is the person that kind of inspired me to start drumming. Obviously Geddy Lee, incredible bassist. Alex Lifeson, like a top 5 guitarist of all time in my opinion, does not get enough credit. And I think 2112 really represents a lot of, you know, their talents perfectly. It's the opening track, I mean, 21 minutes of the best prog has to offer. And the tracks that are, you know, follow it are, you know, still very memorable. Passage to Bangkok, I mean, who doesn't love a good old prog song a bit about getting high all over Asia? The Twilight Zone is a pretty neat track. And, you know, Lessons, Tears, Something for Nothing, everything on here is fantastic. But obviously the title track, the opening track, is the, you know, cream of the crop here. But it's an amazing album. Cool thing about this pressing is it is on a hologram vinyl, which obviously I can't really showcase right now. But when this album is spinning, the middle grooves in the near the middle, the grooves on the section kind of, when you're spinning it, create a hologram. Like, I don't know how it works. The light bounces off them in a way, but you can see like the symbol here on the record in like light bouncing off it as you're listening to it. It's really fucking sick, and I've no other record like it.
Man,
yeah.
you gotta send me a link to that pressing. I want that.
I can't remember where I got it actually.
I'll have a look for it.
I definitely
myself.
bought it online. It wasn't on the Record Hub, but I want to say it was on Discogs.
I'll have a look for it myself, but I really want that pressing. It sounds sick. I mean, I want a Rush album in general, so I probably either get that or Moving Pictures or Spirit, or no, not Spirit Radio. That's the song off the album. What is it called again?
Moving song off Spirit of the album that's on. Fuck me.
Permanent Waves. Permanent Waves.
That's the one. Yeah.
That's the one. Just any Rush album that I love. Generally, I just want. All right, let's move on to the next one from an album we both have.
Another album that means a lot to me.
And it's the most recent album that I've bought, and it is the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack.
Cowboy Bebop is my favorite anime of all time. It's my favorite show of all time. I absolutely love everything about it. I've watched it probably around 10 times in my life. I am currently underneath this shirt. I am wearing a Cowboy Bebop t-shirt. I'm just unbuttoning it. Fuck yeah. Everything about Cowboy Bebop is just my childhood, my adolescence. I recently had the pleasure of rewatching it with my girlfriend, who was watching it for the first time, and seeing her experience it for the first time. It was amazing. Mick is showing off the actual records, because the print on this vinyl is incredible. It is probably my favorite print of any record I have, maybe bar the 1975 one. But yeah, the music from Cowboy Bebop, it's the best soundtrack album, period, in my opinion. When it comes to movie soundtracks, TV soundtrack, game soundtracks, I think this is the best. It is mostly very jazz and blues centered, but you know, it does kind of experiment with some other different ideas. The opening track, Tank, easily the best anime opening song of all time. Probably my favorite jazz song of all time. Probably the best opening of anything of all time. It's so fucking iconic, so good. I fucking love Cowboy Bebop. I can talk about Cowboy Bebop for days. Cowboy Bebop, the best.
Yeah, so I only got into Cowboy Bebop recently. I'm nearly finished it. I need to get on the ground and finish it, but soundtrack is incredible. Just the show is incredible as well. So far, like, everything I've seen has been fucking amazing.
Spike is such a fucking badass.
Yeah. Cheers to this beautiful man for getting me into Cowboy Bebop.
About fucking time.
And the Netflix adaptation, from what I've heard, is absolutely
I will never watch.
Don't watch that. So don't watch it. I mean, it got canned after one season, so there's that.
Good. Next, we have the Smiths with The Queen is Dead.
I want that so bad.
Smiths album. Smiths is a band I fucking adore, and I think this may as well be a greatest hits compilation, bar a few amazing tracks that aren't on here. But every track on here is just incredible. The Queen is Dead, frankly, Mr. Shankly, absolutely underrated. I Know It's Over, No One Had No River, Cemetery Gates, another absolutely underrated track. Big Mouth Strikes Again, The Boy with a Thorn in His Side, Vicar and a Tutu, and then closing off are two of my favourite The Smiths tracks. There's a Light That Never Goes Out, a song that really needs no introduction, and also Some Girls Are Bigger Than Others, one of my favourite guitar tracks of all time. Yeah, this album is just 80s jangle pop goodness. It's absolutely iconic. I'm sure most people have heard it. So we can move on.
Yeah.
To another one. Right?
Yeah. So album based. Fuck Morrissey, but the Smiths are based.
Fuck Morrissey, but what can you do? Man was a fucking talent. Next we have an album that I recently got from my sister for Christmas. It's an artist that my sister's like really into hyperpop and stuff. So she obviously, I was expecting her to get me a hyperpop album. I was thinking it might be something by Charlie or 100 Guests, but it was actually Sophie, The Oil of Every Pearl's Uninsides. What a fucking talent! What a pioneer in the hyperpop genre, and an artist that really just, she left her mark on the music world, and unfortunately passed away last year. And which was absolutely devastating because she still has so much to prove and so much to do and so much to explore. But this album is incredible, and her material up until, her death had been incredible. She really kind of changed the game, and, hyperpop is kind of slowly but surely bleeding its way into the mainstream. And, decades from now, we'll definitely, I think, look back at Sophie as an absolute pioneer. Also, shout out to her production on Let's Eat Grandma's sophomore album. I'm all ears, because the stuff she did wonders on that album as well. Some of Rhett's production is on that album, in my opinion, but this one is still fantastic, and it's an absolute hyperpop staple.
I still need to listen to that album badly.
Really?
I feel like I'm being serious.
Oh, wait,
I
thought you listened to it.
I've heard. This is what I've heard. I've heard a compilation of singles that she dropped like over the 2010s, but I still need to listen to Oil of Every Pearls on its sides. I know I'm doing Sophie a disservice by not listening to it, but I promise that I will. I definitely will.
You have to.
I will. I swear. I cross my heart and hope to die. I will.
If there's anything from my collection that you should prioritize, it's probably that.
Okay, noted.
I mean, where you're a fan of hyperpop. I mean, most people are. You should. It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, I know, and I'm mad at myself for not listening to it yet, but I will. Okay, I'm next up, and the album that I got next is The New Abnormal by The Strokes. Most recent Strokes album, and to be honest, my favorite Strokes album. It's the first one I properly heard was the debut, but honestly, I feel more attached to this one, if anything. Mostly because I just love the tracks on here. Just make me feel so good. I love them. Like The Adults Are Talking is incredible. Selfless is incredible. Eternal Summer is my favorite Strokes song. At the Door is incredible. Ode to the Mets is an amazing closer. Just so much about this is fantastic. The pressing, that the vinyl is actually packaged really interestingly, because it comes with this like plastic overture. It has like the cover as like a cardboard you just place in the front of it, and it has credits behind it. Has some posters in there. This thing that says The New Abnormal, you can actually like peel that off and put it back on, which is actually a really interesting thing about it. It's probably one of my favorite like features of any vinyl that I own. It's pretty sick.
Is it not like adhesive?
Yeah, it's like an adhesive. Yeah, you
but
can
it
just stick
doesn't
back
like
on.
It doesn't wear away.
No, it doesn't wear away.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, the cover's on here. There's a big ass poster that I have as well. The pressing is standard black, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, great album. One of my favorite like copies of a vinyl that I own, mostly because of the way it's packaged and stuff. And yeah, all in all, I love this album.
Next we had to say fuck Morrissey. Unfortunately, there's another artist we had to add to the fuck them list. And unfortunately, this artist happens to be a fucking incredible talent. But fuck Mark Kozlik. However, this album is fucking absolutely beautiful and incredible. Goes to the Great Highway, my personal favorite Sun Kil Moon album, personal favorite album that Mark Kozlik has been, a part of in general. It's just, I feel like it's almost similar to a lot of albums, but I feel like it is kind of in a league of its own. It's got a very brooding slowcore, but yeah, very acoustic atmosphere to it, and it's just carried by just its atmosphere and the sheer emotion in the lyrics. It's a fantastic album. It's a perfect album. That being said, sometimes when you're a music critic, you just gotta separate the art from the artist, because some albums are just too good. And this album is amazing.
Take your time, I can't think of a username. Yeah, fuck Mark Cosley. Take your time, I can't think of a username. Alright, next up, time to talk about a masterpiece for me. And that is Toxicity by System of a Down. This is my favorite metal album of all time. I know I always flip-flop between a lot of shit, but this is the definitive best metal album of all time for me. It's my favorite one. Just System of a Down are just such a unique band, and I absolutely fucking love them for what they do. Like, their style, like, it's so weird, you could say that. Like, at the time, like, they obviously take, like, a new metal, like, guitar tone and, like, some new metal elements, but take it in a direction that's somewhat avant-garde, in, like, how, I guess, Serj Tankian sings. Serj is one of my favorite, like, vocalists ever. It's so murky, it's so grimy, it's so off the wall, but it's also just so fun and infectious. Then you got, like, let me just think here. Then you got just a lot of these, like, influences from, like, Armenian music. They're like, System of a Down, like, their band members are natives of are natives of Armenia, and just the way they incorporate those kind of, like, sounds and some of their stuff here is just so, like, interesting. So just a lot of tracks on here are incredible. I fucking absolutely love Prison Song. I love X, love Jet Pilot. Chop Suey is iconic. One of the, just generally the best songs of the 2000s. Bounce is fun. What's it called? Science is great. Shimmy is great. Toxicity is incredible. And Aerials is one of the most cathartic songs ever. It's these guys are probably my favorite, like, alternative metal band ever. Probably one of my favorite metal bands ever, and generally speaking, I absolutely fucking love Toxicity, and it's my favorite metal album of all time. So yeah.
Yep. Next up, we have an interesting one. It's an album that I got very recently for Christmas, and it's an album that I've never actually listened to before. And unfortunately, the last 2 months have been fucking hectic. I have actually not gotten around to listen to it still, but I should. I've caught up on the next worst to best. Finally, I've got all the notes done. Ooh.
I'm nearly there. Trust me.
It took some fucking work. It took some elbow grease, but I got there. But it's Talking Heads 77 by Talking Heads. I have not heard this album, but
I've heard it. It's pretty good. You like it.
My girlfriend does know how much I love Remain in Light, which is an album we'll talk about soon. So I guess it was a pretty safe choice to get me. I mean, I can't imagine I don't like it. I know I love Psycho Killer. I think everyone does. So yeah. I've never listened to this album, but that's exciting because it is a bit of a classic. And I have it on vinyl, so it'll be cool to listen to it for the first time on vinyl.
Album covers still rank. Covers still rank, but you know.
I don't know. It's to me, it's like such a shit combination of colors, but my girlfriend thinks it looks really good. Like the green and red looks really good together. So maybe it is like some people perceive it differently, and
maybe
the four members of the Talking Heads just so happen to perceive this good, well. So maybe.
Who knows? Who knows? Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one, and this is my third favorite album of all time, and it is Remain in Light, which is also by Talking Heads. Remain in Light is so fun. Like, it's one of the most infectious, but also just one of the most, like, weird and intricate albums ever made. This has production from Brian Eno, of course. The way that they recorded this album was very unique because, like, basically the whole recording process was literally just jam sessions, and Eno and David Byrne took loops that the band came up with and just put them into one song, making this driving kind of weird, like, music. And it turns out just so good. It's so fun. Like, there's so many just fun, like, infectious tracks on here, like The Great Curve, Cross-Eyed and Painless. just Born Under Punches, like, man, that song is good. Then obviously you got Once in a Lifetime, which is incredibly iconic. The latter half is definitely like a bit more brooding and slow burning. I think there's like one track in here that's like actually properly inspired by Joy Division, and you know, it works out well because I fucking love those tracks. And just generally speaking, this album is just so good. It's so fun, so much to love about it. Just the also, can we just mention that Tina Weymouth is one of the best bassists ever.
Oh
Let's
yes,
just say that.
for fucking
She's
sure.
fucking underrated.
Oh my
as
god.
Well. She's incredible.
What's...
Like her bass lines are so simple, but they're just so infectious.
Yes.
They work so well. They're amazing.
And fucking...
like she deserves more credit. Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't see her name being brought up enough. Tina Weymouth is incredible.
And just one of the craziest things to me is obviously the Stop Making Sense live shows. How fucking she's able to keep such a constant, just keep such constant driving bass lines while fucking constantly being so active and dancing on stage. Like, crazy. Yeah, she's so underrated. Musically, this album is just so wild. So good.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And more Tina Weymouth love, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I have a stack to get through now. These are my last 9 albums in my collection. And first one I'm bringing up is Laughingstock by Talk Talk. Pretty much the first ever post-rock album. Well, the second ever because Spirit of Eden came out before this. But this is my opinion, Talk Talk's best album. This album is just, it's pretty much beyond what rock is. That's why post-rock is literally what this is labeled as. This is what it created. There's just so much to take in with it. It takes rock instrumentation and brings it in a place where compositions and just ideas taken jazz and classical. The production is so dense and smothering at times. It's often just so blissful and gorgeous. After the Flood is legit my second favorite song of all time. And that song just puts me in a trance-like state, and I absolutely love it. Welcome back. I can't think of a user.
Welcome back.
Yeah, Laughingstock is just brain expansion music, and I absolutely love it. Mark Hollis was genuinely just an absolute fucking genius of his time. Probably one of the greatest artists who ever lived. One of the most underappreciated artists who ever lived. There's just so much on here that's just so like meticulous, crafted, hypnotic. It's insane. Laughingstock is nothing to be laughed at. In fact, it's meant to be celebrated. And in my opinion, it's amazing. I love this album. It birthed post-rock, and with that in mind, rest in peace to Mark Hollis.
Rest in peace.
Alright, so next up after that, we have a bit of a Tame Impala run. So first one I'm going to mention is obviously probably his most popular album ever, Currents. And I like Currents. I think Currents is a great album. I love the cover as well. It's sort of psychedelic, represents it well. This was Kevin Parker's like first foray into like synth pop and more kind of electronic grooves, and honestly, I think it worked out well for him because this is his biggest album and it has some of his biggest hits on it, and these hits pretty much fucking slap. I think the production is honestly fucking incredible on Currents. I think it's great. I think there's a lot of great tracks on here. Let It Happen is amazing. Yes, I'm Changing is fantastic. Nangs is transcendental. Less I Know the Better, a bit overplayed, but I love it. New Person, Same Old Mistakes, I love it. It's just generally just a really fun, infectious, and just like worthwhile, just pop pop synth pop album, if you can even call it synth pop. But it's great. I love it on that merit alone, and it just has a lot of slappers for me. Plus, I feel attached to it because there's a lot of tracks that I love on it. So then we have the Slow Rush, which is, hold up, I actually didn't put the sleeve back in. Wait, no, I did. Never mind. Wait, what? Okay, one of my records is missing its sleeve. Shit. Oh, I know which one. Don't worry. I found it. It was The Strokes. Get back in here, you fucker. Alright. Technical difficulties. Pardon the technical difficulties. Oh shit, where did The Strokes come from? Oh shit. Before... Alright, we're back. The Slow Rush. I know a lot of people didn't really care for this when it came out, but honestly, I think it's pretty fucking underrated. There's a lot of tracks that I just absolutely adore on this thing. It's kind of similar in vein to that sound that he had on Currents, except there's just some tracks that feel more maintained in the organic instrumentation. But I think the album is really great, and the pressing that I have is this kind of like very dark green one, which I think is really nice. It definitely looks better in person than on camera, but it's whatever. And I just generally think it's a really great album. A lot of great tracks that I loved on this thing. I still love now. I love One More Year. Borderline is still great. Very infectious. Posthumous Forgiveness is probably one of my favorite Tame Impala tracks. Uh, yeah, just a lot of fun stuff on here, and generally not much more to say beyond that. Get in. Professional vinyl owner. Okay, so alright. Just one more before we move on, and I'm very excited to show this one off. It is what it is by Thundercat. And this is a very good album. Not every song slaps, but most of it does, in my opinion. And yeah, I like this album. I think the little thing on the side here is really nice. I like the way it kind of reflects on the light and has this kind of prism-esque thing to it. But my favorite thing about this album, the pressing that I own at least, is just the color of the disc. It's very beigey, kind of creamy, and it's very nice. I put it back on the other day, and I still really like this album. A lot of great tracks on here. I think Dragon Ball Durag is still like my favorite song of 2020. I still fucking love Dragon Ball Durag. It's so fun. And other tracks come to mind. The one that has Ty Dolla $ign and Lil B on it is really great as well. The one with Louis Cole on it is sick as well. Yeah, and the last song as well is very great. It's a nice ode to Mac Miller. So yeah, that's pretty much my stack for the minute. I have 5 more to show, but right after you.
Yeah, right after this one. Tracy Chapman's self-titled project from 1988, I want to say. Late 80s, mid to late 80s. Yeah, this album is fantastic. This is actually a original pressing of the album. One of 2 original pressings. Well, I mean, a lot of the new albums are probably original pressings, but they're new, so it's not that impressive. This is from the 80s. Yeah, it's a fantastic album. Tracy Chapman was a young up-and-coming singer-songwriter at the time. She really put her name on the map, I think, with the Wembley performance, and the story behind that is still to this day absolutely incredible. I know a lot of people know Fast Car. It is just such a famous song. Unfortunately, it kind of was made a little bit... I mean, the song itself was made famous by that Jonas Blue weird EDM cover that came out a few years ago, and that was a huge hit, which most people kind of recognize now rather than the original, which is really sad because the original, and not just this track, but this track in particular, is one of the greatest songs ever made, easily like top 10 for me. Everything on this album is just so raw and stripped back and just so full of emotion, and she really creates just arena, songs that are able to light up a whole arena, but just by herself. Like the story behind like what I said, the Wembley performances is everyone knows, I think it was the Live Aid concert, the massive concert at Wembley Arena. She was just there kind of as an opening act, nothing special, nothing crazy. No, I think she was there as one of the opening acts when the arena wasn't full yet. She was just playing a few tunes. They invited her. Stevie Wonder was about to perform. There was some technical difficulties that had it delayed. People were getting a bit unruly. There was a full stadium of 80,000 people waiting eagerly for Stevie Wonder, and he wasn't able to show up for a bit. Someone asked Tracy if she wants to just hop on and play a full song, to a few songs to 80,000 very rowdy, very annoyed people. She somehow had the bravery to do so. She performed, I think, Fast Car and Talking About Revolution, and within a few seconds the stadium was absolutely silent and everyone was just mesmerized by her music. And yeah, incredible artist, incredible album.
Definitely something I need to listen to, alright. Okay, so alright, I got four to show off next. First one I'm gonna show off is Travis Scott's Astro World. And yeah, I still think Astro World is a great album. A lot of stuff that I like about it. I remember loving it when it first came out. Uh, I know like all the recent shit with Travis Scott is definitely kind of tainted by.
Yeah,
I
unfortunately,
guess
he's in the fuck committee.
yeah, fuck Travis Scott. With the most, with just fuck Travis Scott in general. Definitely tainted some of my enjoyment of this, especially since like the whole kind of like rage culture that he kind of like promotes a lot on this music and especially on this album. But there's a lot of shit that I really love from this from back in the day. Still like it. Generally I don't revisit it too much, but I mean it's whatever. I still think that Astro World is great on its own, and it's definitely one of Travis's best records. But obviously fuck Travis Scott for the minute. Alright, next up I got two Tyler the Creator albums to show off. First one being Flower Boy. I remember picking this up when I think a few months after I first heard Flower Boy, and Flower Boy is a fantastic album. It's easily hard to believe it's gonna be 5 years old this year. Like shit, man. Yeah, so obviously everyone knows about Flower Boy.
Holy shit.
Stargazing on it's transcendent. Yeah, it is.
It's 5 years old. I need a minute to process that. What the fuck? Half a decade.
It's gonna be 5 this year, man. Holy shit. So yeah, anyway, the pricing I have is just standard black. It comes with the poster, like every single one. I love the inside though, with the just a little message that Tyler has to leave because there's no photos on the album or whatever.
Wait, what's it say?
It says album photos go here. An amazing photographer and I took some photos for this album that were supposed to go here, but her agents or whatever the fuck said that it couldn't happen, so I relied on cell phone pics. Love you. Next time.
Okay, that's funny enough.
Tyler's a sweetheart. Protect him at all costs. And yeah, some of my favorite Tyler songs are on this thing. Absolutely love the cover. It is fucking beautiful. It's up close as well. It looks so great. And yeah, it's definitely a gem in my collection. And another gem in my collection is Igor, my favorite Tyler the Creator album. And even Igor, this pressing of Igor even has Boyfriend in the middle of it, which is a track that was cut from streaming. And yeah, Igor is great. I love the production, love everything about it, love the concept. Pretty much, in my opinion, Tyler's most consistent album, and has some of my favorite tracks from him in that regard. And just generally speaking, Igor is just a fucking fantastic album, and it's just amazing how far like back then how far Tyler came from it. Like it's insane. And my second last vinyl that I'm showing off is
one that I want.
It's one that I wish you would have because it is incredible, and I'm of course talking about the Blade Runner soundtrack by Vangelis. I'm sure I've said it enough times already, but Blade Runner is my favorite movie of all time, and it would be fair to say that this is my favorite movie soundtrack of all time. Because, put bluntly, this thing is fucking incredible. Vangelis, I think the whole story behind it was that he couldn't release it, like, as soon as the movie came out, so he had to wait, like, fucking 10 years to actually put it out in the 90s, which, he did. I see you have the copy Blade Runner there. Nice. And, yeah, this thing is just fantastic. The atmosphere presents, the way it works with the movie, just how diverse the track list is with what it tries to do sonically. And just, I love the way they put the sound bites of some of the lines from the movie in there as well, but some of these tracks are just so transcendental, it's insane. Like what's it called? Rachel's song? Holy shit. That is fucking insane. It's just progressive electronic. This is just amazing. Just the synth work is fantastic, the production is insane, the compositions are amazing, and just generally speaking, Vangelis is a fucking goat. He made an incredible soundtrack to an incredible film, and it's just insane how amazing this is.
I actually fall asleep to that soundtrack quite a bit now since watching the movie. It's so amazing. Tears in Rain on vinyl must be an experience.
It is, dude. Honestly, no. Please get this. I'm
Oh
begging
no, I
you, please.
want.
Also, can I just mention how like Love Theme is fucking the sax on that is just fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah. I love it so much. Alright, you've got a stack next, and I got one more to talk about after you.
Alright, next up we have another album that probably needs no introduction. The Velvet Underground and Nico's. Velvet Underground and Nico. Obviously an iconic album cover as well, designed by Andy Warhol himself. It is peelable, as it says, peel slowly and see. So you can peel the banana back. Anyone who does is most certainly a psychopath. Why would you ruin it?
I really want that album, by the way.
Yeah,
it's
that
album's fantastic.
Obviously, fuck Nico. But
yeah. Wait, why are we saying fuck Nico again? I can't remember.
Was she quite racist? As far as I'm concerned.
I remember now. I think her father was like an SS officer as well.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
But let's be honest. The Velvet Underground's contributions here are a little more important than hers.
Yeah, true. That album is fucking incredible.
Yeah, an incredible album. Obviously, if you do peel it back, there is a peeled back banana. Cool enough. You can kind of see it through the sticker, but I'm never going to peel the sticker off. I'm not crazy. Great album. Proto-punk. Fantastic. Next we have the best Christmas album of all time. One I got as a gift from my friend David, an OG member of the cassette tape for my birthday actually, which happened to be a month before Christmas, so it was the perfect time to get this record. Yeah, one of the best jazz albums of all time. The compositions here are just, there's a lot of classic Christmas compositions, but made in a very cool jazz, just incredibly pristine style. I haven't seen the animated special. I was meaning to watch it this Christmas, but me and my girlfriend watched It's a Wonderful Life, which was such an incredible movie that we got a little distracted. But yeah, it's an incredible album. It's definitely my favorite Christmas album, and since I discovered it, it has been a staple every Christmas season for me. The best that Christmas music has to offer, and some of the best that jazz has to offer as well. Alright, we're getting very close to the end here.
Oh.
We've got the boys. We go.
Boys.
Blue Album, obviously an iconic album, an incredible album. Every track on here, but bar maybe one, is just fantastic. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than I'm a massive fan of just alt rock. Weezer are a big reason for that. They really kind of are a band that have been with me since I was very young. They're incredible, they're amazing, they're magnificent, they're fantastic. And Blue Album has some of their best material. But, unfortunately, is only my second favourite Weezer album. My favourite Weezer album is the emo-tinged, the dark, the just really vulnerable Pinkerton. Yeah, this album is one of my favourite of all time. It is so emotional, as I said, so vulnerable. And it just is disheartening how panned this was when it was released. I have no idea why, but critics fucking hated this. I feel like they maybe had a preconception of what Weezer was. It was meant to be fun and lighthearted, but and maybe they were a little weirded out by how out of nowhere Rivers just got really, really personal and really vulnerable. But either way, it maybe unfortunately I think that the critical reception, or rather the backlash that this album for some fucking reason got, kinda did send Weezer as a band on a bit of a downward spiral. Rivers was obviously in a pretty dark place after he just put his emotions to paper, and everyone was like, this fucking sucks. And I don't think they've ever reached the quality that they did on their first two albums since, even though they have released some really good albums, some great albums scattered in between the fucking dog shit that they've released. But yeah, incredible album, kind of emo, emo tinged, and I love me some emo. But it's my favorite Weezer album, and my last album. Speaking of emo, it's The World Is a Beautiful Place and I'm No Longer Afraid to Die. Their debut album, Whenever If Ever. Holy fuck, this album is my second favorite album of the 2010s. It's one of my favorite albums of all time. It is perfect in every way possible to me. It's just such a beautiful album. Also happens to have maybe like a top 5 favorite album cover of all time. I'm a sucker for like album covers that are slightly out of focus. They're just images, unedited, unfiltered, slightly out of focus. It's a style of cover that kind of appears quite a bit in like emo, but it always just absolutely, I adore it. It definitely represents like a moment in time, and I think this album, when I first heard it in 2015, it just really spoke to me, and like since then it's not only really spoke to me, and not only was it an incredible album, the element of like nostalgia and just personal meaning attached to it just kind of has grown over the years. But even that aside, I think it's a fantastic album. It takes a lot of post-rock elements and adds it to the standard Midwest emo formula. Heartbeat in the Brain, fantastic song, and it just doesn't really get worse from there. Gig Life is another absolute standout for me. It's so simple in its lyricism yet so powerful. It's an incredible, amazing, fantastic, wonderful album, and it's been a while since I've done this, but colored vinyl. We're ending with a colored vinyl, and it's one of my personal favorite I own. It's on a really cool, peachy orangey record, and yeah, it's absolutely sick. I had to get this on Discogs because it was just too long. I spent too many years of my life not having this on vinyl, and I saw that there was a seller in the Czech Republic who was selling it for a reasonable price, so I got it. I bit the bullet, and that is my record collection. Mick has one more.
I have one more, my final album in my collection, and it's Enter the Wu-Tang 36 Chambers by the Wu-Tang Clan. One of the most iconic hardcore hip-hop albums ever made. I'm pretty sure everyone and their mother knows fucking Wu-Tang Clan. And, I don't need to introduce them. Wu-Tang are probably one of the biggest groups known to hip-hop ever. This album is just fucking insane. Production is fucking amazing. It has a distinct style to it. Each member of the group just adds their own style to the mix, and it makes the tracks like all the more interesting. Like Raekwon, Ghostface Killah, RZA's production is great as well as his contributions. ODB, fucking trying to think, Jizza as well. There's just so many great talents in Wu-Tang, and we're actually ending it on a colored note.
I knew you had the yellow one. I
had the pressing. I have the yellow pressing. The yellow pressing is fucking gorgeous, and makes sense with the logo. Also, I love the way like the back is kind of like this. Like, the back bit is a bit weird because it has a vibe of like those like old school like shitty DVDs where they'd have like this really like tacky like stuff in the background and all that. It has kind of a charm to it being Wu-Tang, but So all in all, that's my record collection. That's Enter the Wu-Tang.
Do you want to know how many records we've covered today?
We have covered 165.
Fuck yeah.
No, 163.
Yeah, I'll double check that now, yeah. Oh, what?
No, that has to be... No, that's
139.
That has to be wrong. What?
You can just... I made the list on Docs. A numbered list. It's 139.
Wow, I thought we had 80 records each. What the fuck?
There's some that we both had. A fair bit we both had.
Oh yeah. Oh right. Oh, that makes sense now. And on that note, we did it. We fucking did it.
4.5 hours later.
4.5 hours later, we got to talk about our collections, and that was fun. I really enjoyed that. That
what
was
a
fun,
magnum fucking... That's a behemoth of a video. I'm really happy with it.
Same here. And I guess, do you want to just end it here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Alright, so cheers for stopping by the stream, those of you who did. I know not everyone stuck around for the fucking 4.5
Understandably.
hours. Understandably, but we appreciate everyone who stopped by anyway. And if you're watching the VOD, thanks for watching as well, if you actually did. And this is a fun stream idea. We'll be back in maybe another week or two for another
let me
song
check
stream.
Let me check the date.
We'll
have a...
Reset.
We'll be back next week.
Oh yeah, I will be 21 when we're back.
Well, maybe not when we record, but we'll be back with maybe in a week and a half with a worst to best, with a podcast. And an exciting announcement coming on March 1st.
Yes. And we will definitely be excited for that. It's going to be insane. It's going to be a huge update to the channel. And we can't wait to share it with you. So, yeah, I guess we're just going to end it there. Thank you to everyone who stopped by the stream. Thank you. I can't think of a username, especially.
Media
you
aren't. You're a real one.
You're a real one. You're an absolute gem of a human being, and you're class. And thank you everybody who stopped by, and we'll see you next time.